Jatin, let me know when to start, okay?
We have Mayuri, she will start proceedings. She's the anchor.
Ma'am, we will start on time. At 11, we will start.
Professor Rajan. Sure, Mayuri, let me know, okay?
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. Sure. Hello. Am I audible? Yeah. Greetings to all of you who have joined us today. We have conferred today for session 3 of the second day of the 5th West Asia Conference. On behalf of Director General MP-IDSA, Ambassador Sujan R. Chenoy, I welcome all our eminent speakers, guests, and participants to the conference. The conference is being live streamed in YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, for the knowledge of all the participants who have joined us today, let me introduce the conference to you again. The West Asia Conference is a biennial flagship event that has been organized by MP-IDSA since 2014. Right from its inception, the conference acquired its own gravitas and has emerged as an important platform of engagement amongst academics, analysts, policymakers, and government officials on issues of critical importance to India, West Asia, and North Africa. This year, the conference will focus on India's approach to West Asia, trends, challenges, and possibilities, which is a subject of major interest to India and her strategic partners in the region. The conference intends to explore, among other issues, the changing regional geopolitical dynamics in West Asia, India's growing engagement, and the future trajectory of India's foreign policy towards the region. The first day offered an informative and nuanced glimpse on a range of issues of mutual interest to India and West Asian countries, and the regional geopolitical and security dynamics in West Asia. We look forward to continuing the discussion and debates today. The third session of the conference is titled Energy and Diaspora and will be chaired by Dr. Meena Singh Roy. Dr. Meena Singh Roy is a senior fellow and head Eurasia and West Asia Center at Tilottama Foundation, distinguished fellow at Middle East Institute, Delhi. She was coordinator of Eurasia and West Asia Center at the Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defence Studies and Analyses. She specializes on Eurasia and West Asia and has published several peer-reviewed articles and papers focused on the region. May I now request Dr. Meena Singh Roy to chair the session and conduct the proceedings. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mayuri, for giving that short introduction and also bringing in the point of what we discussed yesterday. So it is great pleasure and honor for me to be once again back as a chair in the 5th West Asia Conference, and I compliment Director General IDSA and the team for continuing this initiative of bringing in the good scholars, also, creating more information on the region as such, which was the very purpose when we initiated it. So I think the IDSA deserves, a special compliment, the team and the DG for that. And second, important point that I want to bring out here is that the scholars that we've been able to draw, into this conference. And I think today we have a very distinguished panel on energy and diaspora. We couldn't have had a better speaker on this subject. We are very uniquely placed when we talk about the West Asian region, and the two driving factors, both energy and diaspora, I think are the key to our policy approach when we talk about our interests and stakes in the region. And therefore, I don't think, I would like to waste too much of time in, firstly, making my own comments. I'll just raise few points and maybe some questions which the panelists can address during the course of their, speeches. First and the foremost, I think yesterday when we talked about the major trends, one was more about the changing global order and the regional order. And I think whatever happens in the world and in the region will impact, us directly or indirectly. So what we see today, is the debate about, the end of globalization. We also hear about, how things are going to change drastically, in terms of economics and the geopolitics. But what kind of a global or the regional order are we foreseeing? For me, I think in future probably, and even now as I see it, is what we are going to see is the mini order. The order where region will decide on its own, and we see that unfolding. So we'll see mini orders in the international arena and also in terms of the region specific as such. So that is how I see. There is also one positive hope that we might have some kind of a peace deal on the outgoing crisis in the Ukraine. So are we, when we talk about the region or we talk about the globe, are we going towards a new era of pragmatic diplomacy that will entail some results, positive results? But I think we do live in the era where we are exposed to completely new set of challenges, and there are new opportunities opening for us in the world today. So maybe, each one of you, because diaspora and energy, these are the two very important aspects, as I say, you could relate it and see what lies ahead for India and how, the challenges for India, are unfolding today, and how can we, actually convert these challenges into opportunities, which would help IDSA to bring out some kind of a recommendations at the end of the conference, which we can share with the government of India. So with these words, I think I would start, with the first speaker. And let me say the booklet is already there, which has been distributed. So I would not like to waste too much of time reading out your bios, and you are all established scholars and well-known people in the field. So without much fail, I would request the first speaker, Professor S. Irudia Rajan, the Chairman, International Institute of Migration Development, Thiruvendapuram, and Dr. H. Arokari Raj, who's in Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Youth and Development, Chennai. And you are covering a very, very important aspect for us, which is challenges facing Indian migrant workers in the Gulf during the COVID-19 pandemic. I've heard Professor Rajan you many times, and I think there couldn't be a better person to deal with this subject. And over to you. I look forward to hearing your views and how India has adapted to these challenges, how the region has, been acceptable, not acceptable, limitations and other aspects, and how well prepared, we are to deal with situation, even when the crisis is unfolding in the region and in the globe overall. I would say there are many new, situations which are unfolding. Maybe we can come back to it. Over to you, Professor Rajan, and you, Mr. Raj.
Thank you so much for the invitation to be part of this conference, because when they got the invitation from Manohar Parrikar, I thought I should join them because I have not participated in any seminar organized by them earlier. And thank you, Meena, for introduction. And I am going to spend some time on the migration in West Asia. I will be speaking in the meeting, and Arakaraj will join me at the time of the discussion. So the presentation will be, I will be doing the presentation. There will be no PowerPoint, so we don't need to look for anything to, any big things to wait for some database. You know, I think that COVID-19 has almost changed the landscape of migration. I think one of the groups which are affected during COVID-19 is, many people are affected, but I would put probably the migrants and migration. These are the two things really affected, not just in India and West Asia, globally this happened. Now, when you look at it, for example, that India currently reports around 18 million Indians are globally holding Indian passport, living anywhere in the world. But during COVID-19, through Vande Bharat flight itself, 4.5 million people came back. This was announced by the Honorable External Affairs Minister in March 2021 at the Rajya Sabha. That means 1/4 of the international migrants globally, Indians have returned during the COVID-19 through Vande Bharat flight. And if you take West Asia, for example, take like UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Oman, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia, we put again more than 1/4. I would put even some places maybe 2/3 have returned during the COVID-19 Vande Bharat flight. That means return migration was very, very high during COVID-19. I think this is something unexpected. There is a war we used to get. We had a Kuwait war several years back. We brought people. Now we had a war going on. We brought Indians from Ukraine. But this time, the COVID, there was no war, but almost like a war situation. COVID was almost like a, you are fighting with an enemy which is unknown. Yes, COVID is still an unknown enemy. We have not seen the COVID still 19, but we were fighting with them. But then it was so rampant and everything globally. So we brought back close to 1/3, some countries globally 1/4. In Kerala, at least 2/3 have come back. Now, it is not only Kerala and Tamil Nadu, we usually talk historically. Now, even Uttar Pradesh, they brought 0.5 million people during COVID-19. Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, there are new states are picking up migration as one of the opportunity or livelihood opportunities to move out of the country to make some extra money to build back human development, sustainable development goals, putting children in good school, because it has a lot of implications. Because the migration, I always believe, the migration has impact on individuals, families, households, communities, societies, and the economy. It has, that the migration has so much implication. It's like a clean water in a pool. You put a small stone, it has a lot of ripple effect. So migration is a very important component in the human development in every aspect we talk about. Now, if you look at it, how Indian migrants impacted during COVID pandemic, or what are the challenges faced by the Indian migrant during COVID pandemic, I first wanted to start with, which is I always talk in many meetings. I had a meeting with the government of India a few days back on reviewing the global compact on migration. We are running now 4 years. There's a review going on globally, what India should do. I think one of the things I think we still failed, or we had failed even during COVID-19, was the non-availability of proper data on migration. I think this is very, very important because we don't know how many are in which countries. We have some number given in the Ministry of External Affairs. But then when I was looking at the number on the External Affairs website, I was talking with the government of India last week. Prior to the war, for example, take the Russia-Ukraine war. If you go to the Ministry of External Affairs website, they have put such, I was looking at the website, I told the government, I was so sad to see the number. The government of India website, they have put people of Indian origin and Indians in Ukraine is 7,541. This was the number given by the government of India in the External Affairs website, Indians in Ukraine. On 15th March 2022, the Honorable Finance Minister, Honorable External Affairs Minister, telling in the Rajya Sabha, telling in the Rajya Sabha, saying that we have brought down 22,500 Indians. I told them the error is 200% error. Error is 200%. 22,500 Indian citizens, they said we brought back through Operation Ganga. And then there was a statement I felt very interesting. He said, some of the people said they are not coming. That means still there are some Indians in Ukraine. They said, no, we are not coming. We are okay. We will manage. Or we are going some other place. They have not brought back to India. But the first time they also given disaggregated data. He said in this speech, there are more than 1,000 students studying in Ukraine. Not only Kerala, Tamil Nadu, usual case, Maharashtra, Bihar, Rajasthan, UP, Haryana, Gujarat, minimum more than 1,000 students. And he said, out of the 36 states and UT, 35 states and UT, there was somebody was there in Ukraine. We are that, the database. I think one of the things we had the lack of, the database. We have returned migrants came back. We know that. Because normally people return, when they go to Gulf, they are supposed to return because it's like a life cycle. You go there, spend 10 years, they are not going to get a green card or they are going to get their citizenship. So they have to come back. But the problem was that during COVID-19, what I call them, distress return. Not just a normal return. There is a highly distress return. And distress return happened due to 3 reasons. Now, we did a study on returned migrants in Kerala and Tamil Nadu, close to 2,000 people who came by Vande Bharat flights. Through online survey, we talked to them, and then we did a qualitative survey between Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and Uttar Pradesh. And there are 3 things happened. Many returned migrants who came back, they said, we are returned, but returned to remigrate. This is a new concept. They are telling me. This is not the final return. Sorry. Return to remigrate. I think this is a new concept to be developed now. I'm telling some of the scholars, return to remigrate. I think this is something. And what are the facilitation the government can do? As Meena rightly said, it has impact on trade, impact on energy, impact on many things. Even diaspora thing, networking. When you have a crisis like floods in Kerala, we got a lot of funding from West Asia. So I think it is important that how, if they want to remigrate, what are the policies, programs we have? I think this is something very important. Second point, which is very, very happened, many people reported they have not paid salaries for 3 months, 4 months by the Gulf countries. We call them wage theft. Now, salary not paid, there is no grievance mechanism. I was talking to some of the ambassadors, there is no grievance mechanism. So people have come, and 30% people in my survey reported we are scared about COVID-19. So we just came. When we came, we got a mail saying that your job is, you have no job now. You are terminated from the job. So there are many companies. I will not say all companies. There are always bad companies, good companies, bad employer, good employer. We have everywhere bad and good. And people are not paid salary. They could not get full there. Somebody said, I worked for 20 years. I didn't get my terminal benefits. You said, you go, we'll send you. Now they are not responding. So people have loss of wages, loss of money. I think this has created a huge psychological implications. It's not just money. They could not get the salary. And then they come back to the country first time in the history of migration. They return with empty hand. Returned migrants always come with some money. This is the first time they were begging for their air tickets. They came back, they are put in the quarantine. So they came with empty hand. I think this is a very, very serious one, empty-handed. The third one is that the stigma created among the migrants. Whenever somebody comes from Dubai or from Mumbai to Kerala, we used to feel that they are coming with COVID-19. I'm sorry to say that now we have studies coming out. It is not that so much migrants get COVID-19. There is a study I was reading right now. Only 2% of the migrants in Mumbai reported COVID. But we have overplayed that they are the carriers of COVID-19. And there's a stigma. You put them for 14 days in quarantine, 7 days in quarantine. Right now, it looks normal. After the first wave, second wave, third wave, I think this is something, I think we've overplayed the stigmatization of migration. I think this is a very, very important point 2-3 points related to the return migrants. The third one, which is also important now, that there is an increase in cost of migration. Very, very important. Earlier, somebody is spending 50,000 to go to Gulf countries, now they are spending more. So I think we should really look at it, how to reduce the cost of migration. This is also one of the sustainable development goals, talking about reducing the cost of migration. I think this is something very, very important. And the third one, I think the after COVID-19, I think the migration going to be accelerated, I believe. This is my very personal view. I think migration will accelerate. I was telling to the IOM yesterday, migration will accelerate. There will be new migration corridors. Unknown countries, unknown territories, people are going back now. Unknown territories. Because we have a demographic dividend. India has a huge demographic dividend. And our Prime Minister wants to talk about skill capital. If you have skills, you don't provide employment. Probably we are facing currently high unemployment rate in the country. Migration is going to be the only task. So I think the migration is going to accelerate. What way we can facilitate the migration? Orderly, safe, and legal migration, not undocumented. Not the one we have seen one family died by crossing the border in Canada. We have seen one family from Gujarat died. Undocumented migrant. There are big mafia playing to take the migrants. I think we have to very careful to see that Indians migrate to Northwest West Asia, beyond West Asia, on orderly, safe, and legal migration. And to conclude, we also getting some new trends now based on our qualitative interview. People who come back from South India, especially from West Asia, they want to go back to Gulf countries. Whereas people who return to Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Bihar, they don't want to go. So we have to check with a large-scale survey, because I always believe in large-scale survey. We have Kerala migration survey we have done, which was useful during the COVID-19. That's why Kerala government went to the central government. We are ready with 300,000 beds, because I given the number to them, because I was advising the Kerala government during COVID wave 1 as an expert to advise on migration in the wave 1. So many states you have no migration survey. Uttar Pradesh, there is no migration survey. Bihar, there is no migration survey. Punjab, there is one. Gujarat, there is one. Tamil Nadu, there is one. And the Kerala, several. Of course, Jharkhand want to start a one migration survey. I think it is time that the Manohar Parrikar Institute also spend something on running big data on migration, because as per the global compact on migration, we have to invest. I asked the government of India, how much you invested on getting good data on migration? How much you invested? We have to invest. If I want to make my son as an engineer, I have to invest. Please remember, you want to have a good party for your daughter's wedding, you have to invest. How much we are investing to get data first? Then you can talk about quality data. First, you have to get data. Quality data, disaggregated data by gender, caste group, religious group, which country. So you need a migration survey. I think this is something very, very important to test certain things. But I think the migration to Gulf will continue. As of today, half of the Indians, you have 18 million Indians we are talking about prior to COVID-19. 9 millions are living in 6 countries in the Gulf: UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, Oman, and Kuwait. The remaining 9 millions are living in another 180 countries. I just want to say closing remarks before Meena says the time is up. If you Google today and say how many countries COVID is present, you will get 180 plus countries COVID is currently present now. Maybe 5,000, 3,000, 8,000, you have a data. Very good database. COVID, we have more data, good data. How many vaccinated? How many died? How many are on the ventilator? Oh my God, you have so much on COVID. There are new websites. And similarly, you go to Google, how many countries Indians are there? You also get 180 plus countries. That means today, 180 plus countries, COVID is present and Indians also present. But please remember, we have not seen COVID still. I have not seen the COVID last 2 years. People say it is here, it is there, it is in somebody's house. She has COVID, my father-in-law has COVID, somebody died of COVID, but I have not seen. They are showing me something red color with some star. I have not seen the COVID. And COVID, we have not seen the COVID, and it has neither passport. COVID has no passport. COVID has no visa. It can travel to 180 plus countries without passport, without visa. Indians definitely can travel. They have a passport, they have a visa, they will travel. So migration will continue. We have to create better data about them. Thank you very much, Meena. Thank you very much.
Pleasure, Professor Rajan. Your speeches are always reflective of your experience and practical experience, I must say. And your suggestions are so valuable. I have been pressing for, the data to be created on, we started it in IDSA, my center will take it forward. I'm 100% sure about it. And we did feel, at least in South, there are some people like you and many others who have created that database, and there's a lot of research which is ongoing there. But I think we need to start this whole process of number games. You draw your conclusion from the numbers that you get. And if there are errors in the numbers, your analysis can be very, very different than what you would expect. So I completely agree with you, and all the important points that you reflected, whether we are talking about the return to re-migrate is something, yes, that has been. And let me tell you a very detailed study which IDSA did for the Ministry of External Affairs during the period when Nitakat was, introduced, and there were fears, as we say, the perception. We did a very detailed study, and we, a lot of scholars from IDSA went to the field, and two places I personally went and interviewed. One was in Dubai and one was in Doha. So we didn't get that fear on the Indians who are there. They are very confident. They also know what lies ahead for them. So that was the best part, as you said. And it actually, practically, we saw it when we saw these people coming back. Yes, there were fears, there were anxieties, and fair enough, because they came empty-handed, as you said. Now, despite all that, there are many positive trends which we are seeing. It is also reflective of the sort of push which is coming from the high leadership in India. And we see the bilateral relationship, developing in a very, very fruitful way. So I, definitely feel as an academic person, as a think tanker, that we need to work in coordination, and not only within country, but also with the countries in the Gulf. And I think this is probably going to take our analysis forward in terms of coming up with a very, very solid, let's not depend on outsiders. Let's do it ourselves. And thank you so much, Professor Rajan. We look forward to coming back to you if time permits, and we will probably have much more discussion. Thank you so much. The next speaker in my program that has been given is Dr. N. Janardhan. He needs no introduction. He is one of the best scholars that I have met. Of course, he's from JNU, but he's been in UAE for a very long time, who's right now in the Anwar Gargash Diplomatic Academy, Abu Dhabi, who's going to walk us through the COVID test resilience of common Gulf Indians. Janardhan, it is such a great pleasure to see you again. You've been a good friend of IDSA, and I look forward to your newer, sort of areas that you've been working on, and all your students love you. I have practically met so many of them who have spoken about you. So I look forward to your new topic, or whatever you want to say. The subject written here in my program is this, but I think there's some change. You're going to talk about the Asian perspective or something. Over to you,
Thank you,
Janardhan.
Meena. Thank you, Meena, and thank you, IDSA. I'm last minute recruitee. I've been parachuted by Prashant to do this. This is not my core expertise, but
You're not being parachuted, you've been always there. So you've always been there. You are an extended family of IDSA. We look at you like that.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
I think Professor Rajan has laid the platform very well for me after his excellent insights. Anything further just on the impact of COVID-19 on Indians in the Gulf and the Indian government's response will really be repetitive and will add no value. So I will deviate a little bit from my script, and I will try and give you a Gulf perspective. I think this will really give the much required context to Professor Rajan's insights. What were the challenges on the ground in the GCC countries? How did the governments handle those challenges on their own, and of course in collaboration with the Indian government? I'll also give some anecdotal insight. I'm not a field person like Professor Rajan is. I always call myself an armchair revolutionary. It's so much more easier. It's difficult for Professor Rajan's sort of work, but for us, it's a lot more easier to just sit in our drawing rooms or in our offices and make these sort of observations. But it does add to what is out there in terms of academic knowledge, no doubt. And I'll try and give some anecdotal insight into the challenges for Indians in the Gulf. And more importantly, I would like to highlight some new opportunities that arose out of this crisis. I just want to qualify my title. My title is COVID Test Resilience of Common Gulf Indians, right? Common is in inverted commas. And that's inspired from a Bollywood film dialogue. I'm sure many of you have seen Chennai Express, and which has now been converted into a political slogan of sorts. Some of the political parties in the recent elections have used this. And the line is, don't underestimate the power of a common man. Common person, common people, whatever it is, but don't underestimate the power of common people. No matter what the crisis is, ordinary people all over the world find ways of moving on in life. And I think several things that Professor Rajan just mentioned will get validated with the sort of statistics or the sort of insight that I will provide. And it was the same with the Gulf Indians too. They found a way of overcoming the crisis either on their own or with little help from their friends, families, and some help from the governments, no doubt. Before I proceed further, I want to share this screen with you if I can be permitted to do so. Please bear with me for a second. I presume you're able to see my screen. And I often wonder, Professor Rajan was talking about the unknown enemy who is in a war with humankind, COVID-19. And here are some statistics, and 500 million cases, which is about 6.5% of the world's population that has been infected. We've had about 61 million deaths, is it, or 6 million deaths, which is about 0.00075% of the world's population. And we have turned the world upside down. The sort of lockdowns that we've seen, the lockdowns which have, manifested in whole-scale job losses, in terms of economic crisis, in terms of wage losses, is unparalleled in history, at least in modern history, right? And the number right below actually indicates who perhaps is the winner amongst it all. It must be the pharma companies, because for about the sort of pandemic that we've seen, over 11 billion vaccines have been administered globally. This is according to WHO data as of last night. And there's also this data that was provided by the WHO which basically says that half the global cases were in Europe and Americas. That could well be because most of Asia and Africa don't have a mechanism to report the cases. That could well be the case. This was, of course, a common sight during the pandemic when the Vande Bharat flights took off. This was an image that was splashed across newspapers on a daily basis. Now, let me also give you some data from the region. And this is from Johns Hopkins Coronavirus Research Center as of yesterday again. And overall, I just don't want to get into individual details, but it says 3.3 million cases in the 6 GCC countries with about 21,200 deaths. Unparalleled again in the region, but it's not something that should have really, in my view, ended up with the sort of lockdowns that we had and the sort of crisis that we witnessed. That's just my personal view. I'm sure many of you would be shocked with me underplaying the pandemic, but that's how I really think it did turn out to be. I want to then link this to energy factors, right? I mean, just take a look at this graph. We'll come back to it in a bit during the few comments that I'll make later. But you will notice that the oil market has its ebbs and flows, just as the migration market has its ebbs and flows. Similarly, the importance of the economy, economic growth, GDP on migration patterns, that tells you a story. When the economies do well, the in-migration is a big factor. When the economies don't do well, out-migration is a big factor. Hopefully, we've seen the worst of it. According to January 2022 IMF data, it seems that the world is on recovery mode. And as Professor Rajan mentioned, reverse migration or return migration is bound to happen. Much of the things that we see in the Gulf is reflective of the percentage of expats in the GCC countries, huge numbers, some more than the others. And these are some of the measures that the GCC countries took. We don't have to go into details, but essentially most of them were on an offensive mode in terms of trying to change the new demands that were taking place in the job market. But this is not the only time that we've had problems. We've had problems, and this is a graph that will tell you that there has been a decline in the number of Indians that have been going to the Gulf. I'm not too sure. I'm sure Professor Rajan will dispute this because this is MEA data, and I'm not too sure if one has to take this, with a pinch of salt. But again, going back to, I want to make comparison with the 2009 financial crisis. I think that's very important. We had similar situations of people moving out of the Gulf during the 2009 financial crisis, and if I'm not mistaken, even during the 2014 low oil price era. So there have been instances like this in the past. And we've seen people, again, this is a graph that reflects 2008, 2009 data with people wanting to leave then because of job losses, etc. I now want to go back to my, comments inside. Yeah. So despite I underplaying, as I said, some of those numbers, I think COVID-19 will certainly be a black swan event in the history of the modern world. For the Gulf, it was a little more than just COVID-19. I think that's very important to recognize. The sort of things that played out for Gulf Indians in terms of migration, etc., in terms of their return to India, was not just because of COVID-19, but it was because of a few other factors, which I call multiple WANA. And I showcase some of them in my slide, right? So it was a combination of low oil prices, economies that were already slowing down. There's already overwhelming expatriate population. There's an increase in nationalization of workforce. We're having intra-GCC economic competition. All these combined with the pandemic to make the challenge much bigger, and which of course affected the expatriates in a majority of 9 million Indians who live in the Gulf in one way or the other. Businesses in most sectors were under strain. Retrenchment was being reported across blue and white collar jobs. I think that was a big difference this time. While the initial estimate of 13% decline in employment across the region, leading to an overall population decline of around 10% in the UAE and Qatar. This was the initial estimate, 13% decline in employment and an overall population decline of about 10% in UAE and Qatar. I don't think that really materialized, but millions did return home, no doubt. According to some statistics, reputed institutions, acceptable institutions, the GCC countries' population registered about 4% decline in 2020. Kuwait's, and let me just give you some numbers. Kuwait's expatriate population, for example, dropped from about 3.3 million before the pandemic to 2.65 million by the end of 2020. Oman reported a little more than 200,000 expatriates just in the private sector leaving the country between March 2020 and 2021. More than 300,000 expatriates left Saudi Arabia in 2020. And I think the anecdotal evidence to this data lies in declining rents of most housing and in office units in the region. At least it declined in the past, right? Especially in 2020 and part of 2021. And this confirmed the prevalence of excess supply over demand due to outflow outstripping inflow of expatriates. There was also a negative GDP growth of about 4% for the GCC countries in 2020. And the fluctuations in the international oil market affected the energy sector, with the fiscal deficit of GCC countries widening from 2.5% in 2019 to 10.3% of GDP in 2020. I think that was unprecedented as well. So this obviously forced the GCC countries to adopt cost-cutting measures, thus creating further challenges for expatriates. So when we talk of Gulf Indians returning, it was not just the pandemic, it was a combination of factors, including certain measures taken by the GCC countries' governments. There were temporary layoffs, there were wage cuts, there was leave without pay, even forced leave with pay. I think the human resources departments had a field day in coming up with new measures in how they should make use of the pandemic to come up with new measures and put people in different sorts of categories. It also was a coincidence, I think, but one of Abu Dhabi's most famous Indians, a dollar billionaire, Diya Shetty, fell from grace as his financial mismanagement was discovered in the pandemic. Now, two factors beyond the role of the governments, beyond the role of the governments, helping determine the socio-economic impact of the common Indian community. One, as reflected in my title, is their resilience in weathering a storm of this magnitude. Indians individually and as a community contributed in cash and kind to address various problems that their friends in the Gulf or at home, faced. Oxygen concentrators became a hot ticket item that was directly shipped to India. I was involved in one such project via companies owned by Gulf Indians in Hong Kong and other places. So it was a wide network. It was not just Indians in the Gulf who were working. They were working with others around the world. Jackie's Electronics was one such company that I can name. There were several family members of Gulf Indians who either fell sick or died during the pandemic. And it was painful. I mean, to see that most could even travel home for the last rites of their loved ones. Families were separated after holidays due to extended flight bans. People left with jobs hanging the balance, as Professor Rajan already mentioned. Visas expired for many, with the terms for renewal unclear. So overall, there was a sense of despondence prevailing among many, because I think for once, it was an odd feeling that many people had some money. Yes, Professor Rajan mentioned instances of people returning with money, but it was on the flip side, there were also people who had money in the Gulf and felt that money was worth nothing because it was unable to be used for things that they had taken for granted. We always said we are in the Gulf, we are 4 hours away from home, 3 hours away from home, and we can make a dash home at any point. But here was one situation when that was not possible. On the opposite spectrum, and I think this also makes for interesting research in the future, a number of rich Indians, there may be a few hundred, but certainly an interesting research topic for the future. A number of rich Indians actually shifted lock, stock, and barrel to the Gulf countries. I'm sure about the UAE. I'm not so sure about the other GCC countries. There surely would be some families who did that because they were in search of safety that money didn't assure them in their own countries, during the peak of the second wave. And they continue to remain in the Gulf. And the second factor that stood out for me, which is linked to the first about resilience of the common Indians in the Gulf, is the link between the fortunes of expatriates and the fortunes of the market dynamics, which ebb and flow with time, sometimes converting challenges into opportunities. And in this, we can draw parallels, as I showed in my slide, with the impact of the 2009 financial crisis, especially in terms of job losses. The difference, however, according to our ILO report, is that 4 times as many job losses occurred in 2020 compared to 2009. So 1:4. If there was 1 job loss during 2009, there were 4 job losses, in 2020. But here's where my emphasis on market dynamics is as to resilience of. I hope it improves because I think that's.
Go ahead, because I
Yeah.
missed in between a lot of your analysis. Go ahead, please.
But as the markets recovered, Indians returned to the Gulf as well. Again, I'm not privy to field data, but data provided by the MEA website suggests that 1.15 million of the 1.3 million Indians who had returned to India from the UAE in early 2020 flew back to the UAE in just 7 months in late 2020. I don't know if it is the same people who had left the country or a different set of people, but it makes interesting statistics to suggest that in a short span of time, with the markets recovering, with the economies opening up, with flights resuming, with businesses reopening, people had started returning. And this was attested to by Professor Rajan, saying that people had only temporarily returned and they were going back again as soon as they had an opportunity. So I have this theory, actually a notion, that the need and greed for money will keep the world's economy chugging along, because the vast majority of the world's population is either in need or greedy for money. So the economy keeps chugging along, and no matter what sort of pandemic we have, what sort of a crisis we have,
request you to wind up, please.
Yes. So I'm just into the last 2 points that I have, and and I could stop with that. One good thing with this crisis was that it seemed like it was equitable. Most people were affected, irrespective of whether they were in blue-collar workers or white-collar workers. For the first time, I saw people who were doctors, chartered accountants, pilots, ran out of jobs, and that really put their lives in difficulty. But let me just finish with the last point that I want to make. And with every, challenge, there comes an unexpected opportunity. And this came with the changes to the rules of engagement for expatriates. You're all aware that it's conditional, migrant integration model that we follow in the Gulf countries, but COVID-19 served as a disruptor of rules of engagement between regional governments and expatriates. The UAE is now offering visas with long-term residents. Oman gave citizenship to some 225 expatriates in just the first half of 2021. Saudi Arabia has granted citizenship to a select group of medical and technology professionals. And while the expatriates, Oman announced granting of long-term residency visas to foreigners. And this is replicated in many other GCC countries. There was also, some sort of nationalistic feeling among some Gulf nationals who commented that this is the right moment to proceed with nationalization of the workforce, which is not a bad thing from their perspective. And I think without going further into details, I'll stop here, but I'd like to end where I began, which is never underestimate the power of the common Gulf Indians. Financial crisis, COVID-19, war, or anything else, they find their way back to live their life again. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that may come about during the Q&A session.
Thank you so much, Janardhan. You've always enjoyed your presentation in past, and I do it even now. You brought out, you added to what Dr. Rajan has said, and you brought out the various changes that are taking place within the Gulf countries, the markets, the improving economy. And I think the takeaway for me is, the resilience of the Indians, and particularly the power of the common man. I think nobody underestimates the power of common man, basically wherever we go, whether it is this part of the world or Europe or any continent that you go. And I think that was reflected in many ways in the last 2 decades, if we see, and before that. You talked about the need and greed. And I think there is also one more factor, which is looking for a better life, and it depends, you have the poor class, you have the middle income group people, and even the higher income group people, who do migrate. So migration is not a phenomena which is restricted to one particular class, but it is huge in terms of how we see, here we are talking about the Gulf, but I think if we look at overall, Professor Rajan touched on it, but we do see the flow of people from one part of the world to the other, and that's a way. How economies are going to be affected now post Ukraine, and you talked about the migration as to inward and outward depending on the economies of the individual countries, and how the market opens up many other opportunities for the outsiders. But I would say, there are fears today, that most of the focus is going to be towards Europe. So the FDIs that people must be, or the aid which the people must be expecting, would flow to the other direction. That is one fear, And there is also this fear of, since we, talk about the new order, which is unfolding today, but is there going to be a kind of a financial, war? Are we going to see some kind, because of the rise of China, are we going to see some kind of a pro-dollar or anti-dollar blocks emerging? And that would also impact, So of course, the food security, there are many, many issues. But if we restrict to the energy, and I think energy pricing has been one particular aspect which the international community has dealt with in past, and the new changes, the new transformation which is happening in the energy sector today, and more so when we talk about the Gulf countries also, they will be adapting themselves. So are we going to see the region which is more inward looking, or we will see some kind of an adjustment? So I think these are the questions which are open. And let me not take too much of time of my speakers. The next speaker is Dr. Prashant Pradhan, an in-house person for me, and a good friend and a scholar who's been working on the West Asian region for a very long time. So the burden is on him to take the things forward within IDSA and the center. And Pradhan is going to talk about Indians in the Gulf during the pandemic, analyzing response from India and the regional countries. Over to you, Pradhan.
Thank you so much, Dr. Roy. After two excellent presentations, I'll only be focusing on the approach of India and the regional countries towards the migrant workers in the Gulf during the pandemic. As we all know that there are over 9 million Indians living and working in the Gulf region, and they form a natural link between India and the region. So, and there has been an acknowledgement from the leaders of the region regarding the contribution of Indian workers towards the development and progress of their countries. And Indian workers are always appreciated for being hardworking, disciplined, and committed, and are preferred over people from other nationalities as well. So they not only contribute to the development of the countries they work in, they also contribute to the foreign exchange reserve of India as well. Therefore, their welfare, their safety and security has always been a key concern for the government of India. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown that the section of migrant workers in the Gulf region remain highly vulnerable to the sudden and the abrupt changes that has been enforced by the pandemic. Like other countries around the world, the GCC countries also adopted several precautionary measures to deal with the pandemic. To contain the further spread of the virus, all these countries suspended commercial flight operation, shut the government and private sector offices, educational institutions, declared curfews and lockdowns. But a large number of Indians living in the Gulf region, particularly the blue-collar workers, were affected more severely by the pandemic than the rest of them. So a large number of them who were stranded in the labor camps, which are not maintained, were unhygienic and overcrowded. So feeling helpless in a foreign country during the pandemic, many were seeking help to come back home. So it was in such a challenging situation that India was also facing COVID that time. But Prime Minister Modi reached out to the Gulf leaders at that point of time and appealed them to ensure the wellness of the Indian community there. And in return also, he received assurances from the leaders in the Gulf region that the Indian community will be taken care of during the pandemic. Though the government of India, or like anyone else, would have always wanted that there is no job loss for its nationals working in the Gulf. Therefore, it has continuously engaged with the Gulf nations in order to ensure the livelihood, to ensure the welfare of the workers and their wages, etc. As many of them wanted to return home, India began the registration process of its nationals who wanted to come back, and launched the Vande Bharat mission in May 2020 to repatriate its stranded nationals in different parts of the world. The mission continued successfully, and it has emerged one of the largest peacetime repatriation missions ever undertaken in the world. But with the repatriation, there was the concern of the government, especially, was to how to deal with these people who are coming back. There are hundreds of thousands of people who are wanting to come back, both skilled and semi-skilled, returning to India from the Gulf, and how to absorb them in the local job market was another cause of concern for not only the central government, but state governments as well. So the government of India established the Swadesh portal, that is the skilled workers arrival database for employment support, that aims to create a database of the people coming back, and depending on their qualification, on their professional experience and the skill set, employment opportunities could be explored for them. And it was an initiative of the Ministries of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Civil Aviation and External Affairs. While absorbing them in local job market would remain a challenge for the respective state governments, the fate of those who choose to stay back in the Gulf in the hope that they will continue with their jobs even after the worst phase is over will depend on the state of economy of the host countries in the post-pandemic world. How the economy adjusts to the post-pandemic shock that it has received will be the key in this case. And also a large number of Indians work in the private sector in the Gulf as well. So their chances of continuing with their employment would depend upon the capability and resilience in this sector in the Gulf region. So far as the governments in the Gulf is concerned, towards migrant workers, one finds mixed reports about this. While some reports suggest that their governments and agencies and departments have reached out to the migrant communities during the pandemic, assuring them of financial support and medical facilities and hygienic living conditions. There are some other reports which suggest that migrant workers have expressed their helplessness in the absence of any substantial support from their employers or the local government agencies. Flight ban was one of the biggest problems faced by the migrant workers, as this affected their work, that affected their business, and kept them away from the families for a long time. So that also added to the mental trauma they were facing in a foreign country. Initially, when the pandemic hit, these countries, like any other countries around the world, were concerned about containing the spread of the virus. That was the topmost priority for any other country. And after curfews are imposed, the vulnerable sections of the migrant community who actually needed help became desperate. And as the reports of migrant workers in distress in these countries emerged, there were calls from several quarters, including governments and humanitarian organizations, who appealed to the government authorities in the Gulf to provide support to the very people who have helped to build their country and their economy. Kuwait, for instance, Kuwait and some other countries offered amnesty to the people who had overstayed their visa. They also offered to pay for their tickets in some instances to go home. As you will know, the football World Cup is going to be played in Qatar in later this year. So there are a large number of workers involved in a number of projects there. So Qatar government issued orders to ensure the hygienic living conditions of the workers, to take care of their wages, as well as the medical facilities for those who fall sick. Qatar also set up a direct communication services via telephone lines in several Indian languages to help Indian community there. So their policy was to take care of basically everyone who lives in the country, including migrant communities. And they have also promised to provide medical facilities to everyone infected with the virus. And such announcements were also made by Bahrain as well. So unhygienic and overcrowded conditions of the workers has been one of the major complaints during the pandemic. So some governments such as Qatar and Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, UAE, they took it an opportunity to inspect and see if there are any violation in the labor laws, in their domestic labor laws. And also there are some companies who do not provide proper accommodation, and in some cases also the workers share the rooms in order to save some money. And also let us not forget that the COVID hit at a time to the Gulf countries when the oil prices were low, and when the Gulf countries were prioritizing on the nationalization of the workforces that Dr. Janardhan was referring to. And after prolonged flight bans made many migrant workers feel that Gulf countries are probably doing it so deliberately. So it's an opportunity for them to accommodate their local population in the job markets, which has anyway been hit at by the pandemic and low oil prices. So one can also see the demographic pressure on these countries as well. And as it was mentioned, taking unpaid leave was encouraged by some countries like UAE, and private sector is a key employer in migrant workers here. And there were salary cuts as well. So there are several types of challenges that are faced by the migrant workers. And as the pandemic has receded in recent months, many who came back to India are also planning to go back to Gulf, or some have already gone back to Gulf. India has reached out to all the Gulf countries to establish air bubbles to ease visa restrictions, travel restrictions, and health restrictions as well. All the countries in the Gulf have responded favorably to the efforts by the government, as a result of which there have been a flow of returnees back to the Gulf. But I would also mention here that it would not have been possible, or it would not have been easy for the government to convince the Gulf countries to establish these things unless the government had cooperated with the Gulf countries during the pandemic, which is known as the COVID diplomacy. On its part, India has extended support to these Gulf countries, all the GCC countries, by providing the medicines. We know India initially supplied hydroxychloroquine tablets to all the GCC countries. India sent medical teams to Kuwait. India sent medical teams to UAE as well to help these countries fight against the pandemic. So by quickly providing medical aid and expertise to the GCC countries, India has reinforced its image of a strong and a reliable friend who is standing alongside in an hour of crisis. And when the second wave hit India in 2021, all the Gulf countries came forward to help India by supplying liquid oxygen and other medical equipments. And India has also supplied vaccines to all the GCC countries. So cooperation in the health sector has emerged as a key area of cooperation between India and the GCC countries as a result of the pandemic. And this has emerged as a key aspect in India's overall strategic engagement in the region recently. And all these countries have also realized that mutual cooperation and support is necessary to fight the pandemic. And India continues today also to support the Gulf countries in terms of supplying food, medicines, medical equipment, and medical professionals during COVID-19 pandemic. And this has had a strong impact on the leadership of these countries, I think, which has been the key reason for the support India has received from them over the migrants issue. I'll stop here and I look forward to questions and comments, if any.
Thank you, Dr. Pradhan. You've brought out many dimensions of the problem, and very rightly so, the, unaddressed, many of them, questions regarding the condition under which the, workers, Indian workers lived and continue to work. But I do feel that improving image of India and its strong bilateral relations, in addition to the new, sort of initiatives taken by the government of India to address this problem, will definitely bring out, some solutions to many such issues that we keep hearing and reading on the ground. And thank you so much. We need to move on because we would like to hear the next participant. Thank you once again, Pradhan. Now we move to our fourth speaker, who's a friend from Bahrain. He's the Dr. Abdullah Al-Abbasi. He's the research fellow in the Bahrain Center for Strategic International and Energy Studies, Derasat. And let me tell you, Mr. Abdullah, you are the very well qualified person. When I look at your CV, you are technically qualified. You are an electrical engineer. You've also done your MSc and PhD in the renewable energy. And, you had 10 years of experience, including in the United Nations and IAEA. So we could not have got a better person to speak on exploring the future of India-Gulf ties in the power sector. We often talk about, oil and, natural gas. But yes, this is a very important aspect that we need to be addressing. I've been to Manama Dialogue many times. And of course, with your think tank, we've had a very, very strong ongoing relationship. I personally have been engaging all of you, and we have also written jointly with one of your scholars, an economist, the joint study on the most controversial country, Iran. So with these words, I don't want to take away time, and I would give the floor to you. And let us look at the, the power sector, the electricity, which is going to be the future for many people, when we look at the climate change issues, and so many related issues are there, the major transformation which is taking place in the energy sector. With your experience, we look forward to hearing, some very interesting, arguments. Thank you, and floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Meena. I'm glad to be here with you today. As you mentioned in your introduction, I think the power sector is always overlooked by researchers. They just focus about oil and gas, and we don't have attention to the potential of the power factors, power energies, and power interconnections. My speech today, it will be about the power sector, and I think after I heard all the distinguished speakers, I think I claim, let's say, that my presentation, it will be break from the pandemic, because we used to have a lot of discussion about the pandemic and how we manage the challenges. And I don't underestimate these challenges. We have several challenges. But by nature, I like to be optimistic. I like to be pragmatic, especially in the technical and economic topics. And I think it's important for us in GCC and India to look beyond the geopolitics sometimes, to find the common interest and mutual development between other countries. The most important things also is to highlight before I share my presentation today with you. It's the role of actually Indian immigrants in the region. I hear a lot about the role and the challenges through the pandemic, but through the years and historical relations, we have a very strong ties, and we actually we work together in several projects. And personally, I have several mentors in my special field. They are from India, and we have a very strong relation and knowledge exchange. And that's also what we have also to focus is it's a bilateral relations. And I hope all these challenges to be solved in the future. So let's me come to my presentation. It's about exploring the future of India Gulf ties in the power sectors. The most important things is to highlight here is that I think we are in Middle East and Asian countries. We have the appetite to have very big families. So big families, increase of the populations is very dramatic in our region. The second thing also, we are classified as a developing country. So we have so many ambitious targets to achieve in industry, in commercial, in several sectors. And that explains, for example, here, the electricity demand. And in the left side, you can see the India electricity demand. So you can see how the increase is going from 2025 to 2040. And the same thing, it's in the GCC countries. You can see the base is different in each country. We can see, for instance, Saudi, it's leading in the increment of the electricity demand, and that actually happen, and it will happen because Saudi, they have very ambitious target in their vision about diversify their economy, diversify also their energy mix. They have so many ambitious targets in the moment. And if we see the two trends, we can see that both regions are actually boosting in electricity demand. And it is reality, and it is part of the development we have. So we will definitely increase our demand in both regions. The second thing also, which is very important also, as a countries, we have obligations, and we have our environmental obligations. And here we can see that, for example, the CO2 emissions. In the left side, we can see for India, and it will be increased. And in the right side, we can see the GCC countries, and also there is a very high increase. And according to several studies, power sectors is one of the main contributors to the CO2 emissions. So we cannot actually talk about development, sustainable development goals, environmental commitment, and we overlook the power sectors. It's essential for the economic development, and also it's essential to look at, especially in environmental conditions. If we go to the Yale index, we can see which is Environmental Performance Index in 2022. India scored 167 out of 180. And if we go to Saudi, we see that it's scored 90, and we have Oman 110. In Emirates, they are AUE, they have a good, relatively a good score. So if we, but if we actually looked at these countries if we overview a look, if we have a comprehensive look at both regions, we see that we are not actually doing very well in environmental index, and this index is very important because it's create the benchmark for the countries, and that is very important to formulate the policies, to know your status, and then you put the more ambitious target in your sector. And as I mentioned, that's our status now. And the electricity demand and environmental conditions, I think it's the main drivers for our plans, especially now in the current moment. We have both regions. We have a momentum in renewable energy, and we are working toward integrate the renewable energy in very ambitious manner. So if we go here in India, we can see the renewable energy target in India. We can see that India, they have a very ambitious targets. If we see here in the left side, we have the energy mix, which will contain in 2030 the hydropower, which will increase the amount of hydropower. But we have a significant increment in the wind power and also in the solar, and that it will change the energy mix in the country. So the contribution of the renewable energy will be higher than before, and with that there are several commitments and challenges, and unfortunately I will also highlight some of the challenges, and I promise you I will not go to the very technical subjects on it, but just to have an overview about what these challenges. Okay, we have electricity demand, high electricity demand. We have environmental commitments, and now we have ambitious target for renewable. If we look also to the GCC countries, we have also plans in renewable energy, and every country's actually set their own targets for 2030. So, for example, Saudi, they are looking for 30% to be from renewable energy, and if we go for Oman, they are looking for 10%. What is important in this figures is to see what type of renewable energy we are actually interested in. The most renewable technology is the solar PV, and if we return back to the India case, we see that the solar PV is the second technology which the country is actually interested on. And if we see that all of these countries, they have also ambitious, it's around in 2030, it's around 10 to 30% of the energy mix. So what is the problem if we have a wind power? I mean, in India case, and also in the GCC. In India power, in wind power, actually, we cannot anticipate the demand very accurately, and it's a problem actually. So, and sometimes you will have a wind, but you will not have a demand, electricity demand. So when you don't have the demand, how you will actually manage the extra power you have? So there are so many, I mean, solutions to that, and most of them, they are very cost effective, and they are also a social solution. So for example, something we call it the smart charging. So if we have the wind, we advise the customers to start to charge their vehicles, electrical vehicles, their equipment. But if we look at this problem for the wind from regional perspective, how we can solve it? Somebody may say, okay, we can invest in the storage technology. Okay, storage technology is very expensive, and until now, it's not reaching the level to be very mature to be appealing for the electrical companies. What about the solar? I mean, the solar also, you have the solar in specific time, the sunrise and the sunset, and exactly when you have a solar. So, and that is actually causing something we call it in duck curve. So when you have a solar, you are reducing the demand, but after the sunset, the demand is retained back very high. So these actually they are valid challenges, and these challenges need to be addressed. And the way I look at it's through the interconnections. It's through the establishing a very strong interconnections between GCC countries and between India. So let's be honest, is that possible? And it is necessary or not? I mean, I know that maybe some of the attendees think that, okay, maybe it's a good idea, but you know, you cannot just think about an idea and just come to the conference and throw it like that. Okay, it's valid or not valid? It's achievable or not achievable? So the most important things to highlight: India has not announced a net zero targets. I mean, we have in the region, we have Bahrain, Saudi, Emirates in 2015 and 2060. They have 2050 and 2060. They announced the net zero carbon emission. But India is also ranked as a leader of renewable energy. I mean, it's ranked third and fourth in photovoltaic and fourth in the wind power. The second also thing which is actually aligned with the interconnections between the GCC countries and India, Republic of India, is the initiative of the Indian Prime Minister. It's in Glasgow last year: one sun, one world, one grid. And through this initiatives, there is a discussions of the interconnections. I mean, there is a real discussions now, because we have sun everywhere, and according to several studies, 1 day of the sun radiation in the whole world can cover the all need for all the world for very long time. So if we know how to invest and we know how to optimize the resources, it will be achievable. And this initiative by Indian Prime Minister means that whenever we have sun in the earth, it has to be connected to the grid, and there is somebody is utilizes this power, and we can achieve that through the interconnections between the GCC region and India. This is from Indian perspective. If we go to the GCC perspective, and I would like to quote from Engineer Ahmed Ibrahim, which is the CEO of the GCCIA, which is the GCC Interconnections Authority. So it is he's the responsible, and he's the planner for all the electrical interconnections in the region. He said in his speech, we have similar plans to interconnect with other countries. Last April witnessed a roundtable meeting which include delegations from the GCCIA with a representative from Indian side. And this confirms that there is a great interest in the project of electricity interconnections with Asian countries, especially India. So he's one who's taking the responsibility of a planning of the interconnections between different regions. And he's saying, I mean, clearly that we have intention to interconnect with India. So it's not a fairy tale to emphasize the need of the interconnections. So let's see India from Indian perspective. It has a total inter-regional transmission. And this actually regional transmission is actually start in 90s, and it supports different region, and it's a very successful story because it's reduced the amount of failures and blackouts in the region. So let's say it's like they have like interconnections through the region, which they call it a state, because there is a central network and there is a state network. The state network is interconnection between several regions inside the India. This is one issue. The second issue also, India also have interconnections with neighboring countries. So it's the concept of interconnections. It's not new to the India. I mean, they have last year, 2019, 2020, they imported from Bhutan the specific amount, and they also exported to Nepal and Bangladesh. And we see that Indian utilities and Indian government and the operators, they are also familiar with the concept of the interconnections regionally and also with the neighbor countries. If we see the graph here in GCC, the GCC start their interconnections between their member states in 2010, and we can see the growing of exchange between the countries from 2010 to 2019. So even individual countries in the GCC, they start to look, for the interest of the interconnection, because interconnection can actually, as we will discuss about the benefit of the interconnection between two regions, and even within the one region, it can help to increase the reliability, to add more benefits, and we will go to that. But what I mean here is they have both regions, they have a good perceptions about the interconnections, and they have also regulations, and they have also start to have the markets, power markets inside their region. So why I am talking here about the cross-border interconnections, I mean, between GCC and Republic of India, and because there is a lot of benefits. So I would just highlight some of them. I mean, the economic perspective, the cost of interconnection is much less than cost of additional required capacity. I mean, if we have a solar in our region, and especially in a specific time, is more than what we need, so we can export it to India, especially with the difference between the time zone, and we have, and that is actually, it will be much cheaper than we invest in solar power plants or nuclear power plants. So it's always about optimizing the resources. I mean, it's a way you optimize your resources, and I optimize my resources. The second thing also, development of the power markets. I mean, if we start to have trading and exchange of the power between us, that it will start to develop the power markets, and the trade, it will be also contributing to the development of the economy of both regions. So instead of actually just export and imports just raw materials, then we will have we have a value products to be delivered between two regions. It's also about conservation of natural resources. For example, in GCC case, if we reduce our consumptions from, our productions from the oil and gas, then we can utilize this amount to be exported, and then it will be a direct to the national financing or budgets inside the. And the same thing with the India. It's based now the system in coal, and they can utilize their natural resources to be more effective, and it will be also contribute to the economy. From the technical perspective, and believe me, there are so many scenarios of how we can do the interconnections between two regions, but I don't want to sugarcoat it for you. It's a challenging endeavor. It's not easy to interconnect the two regions, but there are so many scenarios, and I think if we work to overcome these challenges, it will be feasible, definitely. So definitely it will increase the reliability of the national grids of both regions. So if we have a blackout, if you have something, power plants out of the service, so you can rely on the interconnections to cover your need. And that's actually our experience in the region. So when we start to have the interconnection in 2010, we don't have any blackouts in the whole region, GCC, since 2010. And that's because of the interconnection. The second thing also is that we call it the sharing of operating reserve. Operating reserve, it's something that you have to keep to keep your engine or machine ready to be in service anytime. So basically, it's just consuming gas without any benefit. But when you have interconnection, that means you have a backup grid to support you. So also you will reduce the spinning reserve. Effective optimization of the power productions. I mean, if you imagine that you have several power productions in the region, and then you will start to optimize your resources. The most important things also, which is related to the solar, in the solar energy, we have a problem with inertia. And this type of inertia will make the system is not stable. So when you have interconnections, that you are increased your stability, and also you are reducing the challenges of renewable energy. The most important things also, if we start to invest and we have this ambitious targets of renewable energy, so interconnection could be the solution to to implement renewable energy, and also to reduce the greenhouse gases and also the pollutions from the fossil fuel. Let's see from renewable energy perspective, and I would like just to talk about the solar. When I count the average yearly hours of the sunrise in GCC, it's approximately 146.3 per year. And if I go to the India, it's just a roughly calculation. It's almost the same, I mean, between GCC and India. But what's the difference? The time zone. I mean, India is 2.5 hours ahead of the GCC. So if you can see here, both of the regions start the sunrise from 6, or in Indian case, in the upper graph, it's from 6:30, and it's normally it's the sunset. It's in 5:30 in both regions. So if we overlap the two regions, so we see that there are some 2.5 hours. I mean, it's overlap between the two regions. So we can utilize, and the integration, it will be truly amazing, especially to reduce the impact of the duck curve, because the change of the time zone can contribute to the stability of the whole network. Finally, and I think it's important to highlight some points. It's the interconnections. It's the intention of the interconnections are proposed by several parties, but until now there are nothing in the ground. So, and that's actually because there are so many geopolitics challenges. If we talking about the interconnections, and as you mentioned, Mina, that our neighbor in the region, Iran, is one of the countries between us and other countries. So we have so many geopolitics challenges, and in Indian side also there are some challenges with the neighbors. So we need to be realistic. The geopolitics challenges are available, and we have to work through the diplomacy, and we have work to look to our common interest, and we have to initiate this essential project, the strategic projects for our economies and for our plans in the regions, and it's contribute to the whole world by reduction, by increase the status of the environmental conditions in both regions. And the way I can propose it's to start with a high-level project advisory board between two regions, and this advisory board will be responsible to study the scenarios, the feasibility study, to look at all techno-economic aspects, and also to address the geopolitics, so the representative from each member and how we can achieve. And especially between, one of the scenarios is to have submarine cables from Oman to the southern side of India. I mean, it's feasible, and there are some studies suggesting that. Then we have to go to regulatory and commercial committees. This regulatory and commercial committee has to study the both markets, because we have power market in the GCC, and India also has their own power market. So how we can do the integration, and how we can have the legislation or regulatory frameworks to work through establishing these interconnections. The third thing, which is also important, is to start to think about the budget allocations and financing options. In our region, in the GCC, we see that the interconnection actually start to create revenues to the all member states, and it's very important also to look at this about this project is a way of increasing the economic ties between the several countries, and it will contribute to their own national budget. So it will not be a burden in these countries. It will definitely increase the development, increase also the cooperations between two regions, and lastly, and it's very important that we need to work through this interconnection to complement each other. We know that we are talking about the migrant working powers, and we know that there are so many expertise in India, and also in the GCC there are so many people are actually looking to invest their capital in several projects. So we can actually formulate the frameworks which match between the demand and supply, and also to establish the drivers to develop these interconnections. Thank you very much, Mina. I hope that's my presentation was straightforward and is not so many technical in power sectors, and I hope you will enjoy it, and I'm looking forward for your questions at the end of the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abdullah. You brought in a very fresh perspective, and that is what the beauty is. When the technical people speak, they try and make it very simple. So I think that was another important point that I would want to highlight. And all the, common points that you brought in, the importance of, renewable energy, the common goals, despite, the geopolitics that we talk about, geopolitics has to be managed. There is no solution to the geopolitics, but how constructively, we can jointly address and manage the geopolitics would be the beauty of future cooperation between us. And the best part of your presentation was your conclusion and the recommendations that you've given. And I'm sure that the IDSA is going to put across the report to the government, which I do believe that there is a need for a joint study. It could be between India, between IDSA and DERASAT. And then maybe, we need to involve the private sector and the stakeholders who would take such projects forward. And there is a strong political will for cooperation today. And you very beautifully highlighted and also educated me personally on many dimensions of the issue that we are talking today. And I do see electricity, as power, how you generate it is a different, you brought out all the challenges as well. So I think you made a very, very comprehensive presentation with a very strong appeal to all of us for future cooperation. And I think as far as the cooperation between India and Bahrain is concerned, I don't see any differences of opinion. We have the common goal. How do we achieve? I think you pointed out, how can we do the integration? And that is the core challenge. The India has its experience. The private sector would be very much willing, depending on how we project the case. I think it is all about how you project these cases. Whether we're talking about the connectivity projects, whether we are talking about the cooperation in the energy sector, in the renewable sector, we have common goals, we have common challenges which are very specific to the country and the region. But I do feel that the demand will, push all of us to integrate. There is no other option. And that is the positive side of it. And when you have the political will, you have the money to invest, and you are ready to come up with the options which can be given to each government. I don't think there is going to be any stopping. With these words, I honestly thank you for a very, very comprehensive presentation from you. And I definitely would see much more coming between IDSA and Dirasat in future. Thank you, Dr. Abdullah. We'll come back during the Q&A session. I'm sure there would be some questions addressed to you. And it is all about, as I said, the constructive diplomacy, the developmental diplomacy is what we need to be looking for in this era of war and conflict and uncertainty. With these words, I would go to our last speaker of the session, and this is our young colleague from Jawaharlal Nehru University, Dr. Vishal Koble, who's going to be speaking on the geopolitical shifts and the West Asia's energy equations with India, analyzing economic and strategic gains and losses. So over to you, dear Koble, please. The floor is yours now. Hello.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you are. You are
Okay.
audible. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Vishal, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to all. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers, IDSA, Dr. Prashanta Pradhan, for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to present my thoughts on this occasion. I'll be speaking on the geopolitical shifts and West Asia's energy equation with India, analyzing economic and strategic gains and losses. I have divided my presentation into four sections. I'll begin with trying to analyze some geopolitical shifts that are taking place in the region, followed by India's hydrocarbon policy, oil prices and its impact, and lastly, the presentation will attempt to have an economic and strategic yield. The fundamental structure of the region is based on its rentier policy. The countries are dependent on oil revenues, which appraises the rentier profile of the region. But also for consumers, the region has been lucrative. It has been lucrative for two important reasons. Number one, having the lowest cost of production as compared to any other parts in the world. And number two, due to the geographical proximity between West Asia and Asian consumers like India. But at the same time, with the discovery of oil, we see oil companies exploring the region, investing billions of dollars. And because of the volatility of the region due to conflicts and sectarianism, so on and so forth, these investments came to be known as risky investments. With this as the basis, today we see that the regional geopolitics is undergoing tremendous transformation. We see that the region is aspiring for cleaner sources of energy. Secondly, it is a geo-economic shift is taking place in the region. Primarily, countries like Saudi Arabia, they are moving towards diversification. From energy dependence to energy independence, shale oil revolution has remarkably entered into the market, where one can find that once upon a time being close friends, Saudi Arabia and US, it's turning into competition for market share. The next important factor, which is also worth discussing here, is the rise of old producers such as Iran. Now, in the coming years, one might see that the Iranian oil might start to flow in the market, and the steps in that particular direction has already been taken. In 2019, we saw France, Germany, and Britain launch the Instrument for Supporting Trade Exchanges, INSTEX. It is a sort of payment system or a payment gateway which would enable Iran to transaction with some of the EU entities, bypassing sanctions. Now, along with these factors, one also finds the political and economic fabric of the region is also undergoing change, particularly with small states and their dependency on bigger states. Classic example that we have in front of us is Qatar. Post 2017, we see that Qatar is trying to build an independent foreign policy, which is not necessarily aligned with Saudi Arabia. Also, on the other side, we have certain states like Egypt, which is becoming more and more dependent on aid from Saudi Arabia. Now, with this as a background, I would like to focus on India's hydrocarbon policy. Now, India's hydrocarbon policy is premised on three important factors. Number one, to develop indigenous sources. Number two, if at all there is a supply deficit, you import from outside. And number three, to have stakes in overseas energy markets. Now, for obvious reasons, the indigenous sources of energy is not fulfilling the demand, and therefore India needs to import. And India has been importing its oil and gas from outside countries, from other countries, from United States, Africa, and more significantly, the West Asian region. Now, apart from these imports, India also has its overseas energy assets and stakes in these overseas energy assets in many other countries in the region. Primarily, you can talk about Iran, Iraq, Libya, Syria, UAE. All of these countries, Indian oil overseas energy arm, ONGC Videsh Limited, has its stakes. Now, apart from these policies, India also pursues a very dynamic strategic petroleum reserves. Now, these reserves are placed in Visakhapatnam, Mangalore, and Pudur, and which are around 39 million barrels. Now, in 2020, more additional of 270 million barrels have been added. So this is the kind of policy and overview of the policy of India being the third and the fourth largest consumer of oil and gas respectively. Now, having spoken about the policy, I would like to draw your attention to this particular graph. It represents the India's oil consumption from 2011 to 2020 of last 10 years. And we see that there is a very dynamic increase in the overall energy consumption from 2011 to 2019. However, in 2020, we see that there is a fall in the demand due to COVID pandemic. And these figures are in 1,000 barrels per day. So in 2019, we have India consuming around 5148,000 barrels of oil per day. Similar thing goes also with the gas consumption. Now, if you look at the data which is available to us on the slide, the gas consumption is also on similar lines, which is not expanding too much. It is quite lenient, and it is quite steady in that sense. Now, having said that, let us focus on the import pattern of India. India imports its natural gas, particularly in the form of LNG, from a variety of countries, most significantly from Qatar. And for oil, India's oil import basket has also been quite diversified in that sense. So some of the countries which India imports from is Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, UAE, and Iraq. So this is how India has been importing its oil and natural gas in the form of LNG for many years now. Now, having spoken about the hydrocarbon policy of India's overall imports, this brings us to the oil prices, to the next point of oil prices and its overall impact. Now, there are plenty of issues which have taken up, which have been happening in the region: Arab uprisings, US shale, OPEC plus policies that flooded the market, causing disruption, war and conflict at the regional level as well as the global front. Ukraine crisis is going on, sanctions are there. All of these factors have made a monumental impact on the oil and gas prices. Now, to begin with, the very first point that I would like to highlight is that the higher oil prices could drain people's spending capacity in countries, in importing countries such as India. Now, this is a very general kind of perspective which we often see, that the higher oil prices will inevitably restrict people's movement, and it will restrict demand in some sense as such. The second important factor, which I feel, that although the higher oil prices brings about tremendous opportunity for exponential growth of the West Asian producers, who is going to pay for this high price? It's going to be paid by importing nations such as India. Now, just to put things again into perspective, RBI, I would like to mention here what RBI says. If the price of oil goes up by $10, the price of goods and commodities also hike up by, say, around 0.5 to 0.10%, and therefore there is inflation. In 2020, just to again give you some data, in 2020, India produced 30 million tons of crude. While how much did it import? It imported around 198 million metric tons of the commodity. And how much India paid for it? Around $62.7 billion for this same period. So this is the kind of heavy amount that India is paying for its oil and gas imports. Number three, although we see a negative impact of oil prices, increasing oil prices, but it also also has a positive impact on the Indian economy. Revenue collection, specifically in the petroleum sector, has been high for both center and states. Now, to put things into numbers, and as per the data of Central Excise Duty collection, it has already touched 1,37 crore till August of financial year 2022, which is this year. And this growth is almost 37% high as compared to financial year 2021, which is just, the figures are just more than 1 lakh crore. So higher crude oil prices will also mean higher revenue generated for the states under the excise duty conditions. The next point I would like to highlight is regarding the cost factor. Apart from the the exploration cost, the transportation cost, you also have something called as the speculative cost, which results in the imbalancing of the demand and supply due to volatile conditions. Therefore, the speculative costs are also an important factor when we consider demand-supply inequality, which inevitably increases the oil prices. Lastly, due to the recent standoff, the Russia-Ukraine conflict, Russia intends to sell its discounted oil to India, which is approximately 25 to 30%, which is quite a good discount. So in that sense, discounted oil is like a privilege in a sense which India can add to its storage. Now, coming to the last section of my presentation, which is assessing some of the economic and strategic stimulus or leverage that India has. The very first point that comes to my mind is that the decreasing oil and prices will impact West Asia's revenue-based government's performance. And therefore, because of this, I say that the strategic stimulus in this sense is going to be compromised. So increasing oil prices, they are going to hurt consumers, while declining oil prices, they are going to hurt the producers. And therefore, a stable oil price is always what is appreciated, which is always something which will have strategic stimulus, which will keep the consumers and the producers happy. Number two, mutually beneficial energy investments can always elevate strategic gains. Now, if the agreements between the two parties are mutually beneficial, are based on some game, that will definitely is going to elevate or have some kind of stimulus to that particular deal or that particular agreement. Number three, diversification is a good policy option, which would implicate in losing of the strategic leverage though. Because increasing import pattern from elsewhere, it declines dependency. And therefore, when it declines dependency on a particular source, or automatically, it also decouples relationship. So although diversification is a good policy option, somewhere down the line, as a strategic stimulus, as a strategic leverage, it doesn't play out quite well. Next point, I would like to highlight the extra-regional energy engagements here. And I have given an example of China and Russia. They both have signed an oil for loans agreement in 2009. And according to this agreement, China's development bank is going to lend around $25 billion to Russia at around 6% of rate of interest. For which, in exchange of that, Russia will have to give around 20 million tons of oil annually, which comes to an average of 300,000 barrels per day. Now it's a long-term agreement, and it has started in 2011. Therefore, the extra-regional deals, the extra-regional engagements, while they are good for other parties, these engagements are not going to be strategic, are not going to give any kind of strategic leverage to India whatsoever. This brings us to the next point, which is the geographical proximity. Now, India has expanded and India has diversified its import basket from to many countries.
Wind up.
Yes, I'll just take
Sure, please go.
Yes. So although India has diversified its import basket from a variety of countries, and just to give an instance that how close we are to the region, the geographical proximity, if an LNG tanker leaves Qatar, it's going to land up at India's shores in nearly 3 to 4 days. And therefore, geographical proximity is like a strategic asset for India. And lastly, discounted oil with good terms and conditions, with good contracts, is always strategically, it will prove to be gainful for gaining for India. Why? Just to give you give an example here, Saudi Arabia provides around 30 to 60 days of additional time for payment. So that kind of friendship, that kind of trust, India and West Asia have with each other, which gives economic and strategic leverage to India in particular as an importing nation. These were my thoughts. Thank you so much.
So much, Mr. Gokhale. Pleasure listening to you, and brought out various changes.
Can't hear, ma'am. Can't hear. Sorry.
Here now, am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello? Okay. Thank you so much for your excellent presentation, and also, analyzing, various challenges, the oil prices, India's, energy policy, and what are the changes taking place within the West Asian region, the geopolitics, the geoeconomics. But I think when we look at West Asia, the first and the foremost thing is you talked about the geographical proximity. And even if we look back and see during the times of the crisis, we had uninterrupted supplies from the region. So I think that is the positive side of our cooperation with them. I do feel that when we talk about strategic reserves, that is one of the best things that can happen. And that's where people will have to work towards. That is one. The joint, the new energy cooperation that we are looking at, thinking about the new generation of the, various changing dynamics within the demand, I would say. And of course, Dr. Abdullah talked about the environmental issues. All those aspects of the new energy framework, cooperation, engagement, and also, the geopolitics is something which is, and how energy has been used as a tool. And I don't know what would be the modifications or remodeling in that particular way. But it is an important factor in energy security is the key factor when we're talking about the countries in Asia and also in the Middle East today. There is a huge diversification, which is ongoing within the countries. So inward looking would be one important feature for all the countries today. And one will have to see as to what are the best ways that, mutually, which is beneficial to both the countries, whether we're talking about the trilateral cooperation, quadrilateral cooperation, multilateral cooperation. We will have to keep one thing in mind, that each nation needs to develop and also in a sustainable way. So with this, I would stop here. There are some questions. I think I would request I'll check with the conference coordinator if we have some time. We will take the questions which are already there in a chat Q&A box, and then I will come back to the panelists for their short comments, if they can just give 2 recommendations in their area. Whether we're talking about the bilateral or the regional cooperation, and specifically on energy and diaspora. So the first question that I can read here is from Mudassar from IDSA, and this is there is an increasing trend in GCC countries of nationalization of jobs to accommodate unemployment among native population, seen together with the disruption caused by the COVID-19. How is it likely to affect the Indian migration to Gulf? Maybe Dr. Rajan and Pradhan and Dr. Janardhan, 3 of you probably can take on whosoever. And I'll come to the second question. So Professor Rajan, you or Dr. Janardhan, you both can give your comments.
You want us to speak now, Meena?
Yeah, I think I'll take one question, then the reply, and the second question. That's how it works better.
Okay. I think, I don't know, other people also can add up. I think what Janardhan said rightly, that, COVID is one reason, but I think the Gulf countries used COVID as an opportunity to somehow maybe get rid of some people. So it came as a very big opportunity for them. That's what he was talking about. I think that's also came from some of my interviews with the large-scale survey. Also indicated that they have been just given them to just to leave the place. So I think that has to be looked at it, but we have to wait and see how much it will be. How many are able to go back again? As I said earlier, people would like to go back. The India Gulf is, it's a long story we have. It started in 1970s. It's almost we are 60 years old migration history. So we can't just one day you cannot get rid of things. It's a very strong, like energy, like all cooperation, like a political, everything. The demography and migration is a long collaboration. So it will take a lot of time to really change that the map of the Indians in the Gulf countries. Other people also can add. Even Arakaraj want to say anything, he can also add. Yeah.
We can't hear. Yes.
Thanks, sir. I want to add one more thing. As nationalization has been a long process in Gulf countries, but during the COVID time, I think Kuwait has taken this initiative to be more particular on nationalization. But I'm also doing research with some other professors regarding the aspect of nationalization. But what the results are coming out, particularly from Qatar or UAE or Bahrain, mostly the localites, they prefer government jobs or the jobs in public sectors rather than in private sectors. So that can be also one kind of implication which has not immediately affect the Indian migrants, because Indian migrants, majority of them are belonging to the blue collar category, but the localites from Gulf countries, in Gulf countries, they always prefer some white collar jobs. So that can be also add up to what Professor Rajan is telling, because it's a long history, because at the same time, nationalization is also having a very long history. And in this long history, we can say most of them, they are preferring white collar job, and most of the migrants, those who are going from India, they belong to blue-collar jobs. So that can be a mismatch, and there are a lot of other aspects to add on to that nationalization. Thank you.
Dr. Janardhan, are you there?
I think the pattern of migration, the pattern of Indians going to the Gulf depends on the economic growth in the GCC countries. I'll just give you one anecdotal statistic. When I went to the Gulf in 2000, the population of the UAE was 4.5 million. And its GDP must have been about 200 billion, sorry. Currently, the population of the UAE is 9.5 million, 10 million, nearly double what it was 20 years ago. And its GDP is also more than doubled. It's about $450 to $500 billion. So there's always scope for people to go there and work, irrespective of whether there's nationalization of the workforce or not. And it's a similar pattern across the Gulf. The population has been increasing overall, not just because of the national population, but with the inflow of expatriate population, the size of the economies are growing, and this will continue. But the important thing to note for the sending countries, especially India, workforce sending countries, especially India, is that there is economic diversification that's taking place. And the public sector cannot continue to absorb the national workforce in the years ahead. It's reached saturation point. There is a knowledge economy that's being developed. There are more and more nationals who are getting better educated, and they will be vying for the same space as white-collar Indians. Of course, there won't be too much of a change in terms of semi-skilled or unskilled workforce. The pattern may change in terms of where these workers are going to come from. We've already seen a change in pattern within India. We have more and more of North Indians now coming to the Gulf compared to the South Indians. We have more Africans coming in, more Nepalis coming in, more from the South Asian countries coming in, replacing Indians. So that sort of competition will continue. But I think in a bit of semi-skilled and more so in the skilled workforce, we'll have a lot of nationals knocking at our doors, because private sector demands skilled workforce. Economic diversification will encourage private sector growth, and private sector doesn't care really in terms of whether you are a national or an expatriate. So more and more nationals are preparing themselves to join the workforce in the private sector. So I think we need to be watchful of these trends in the Gulf countries.
Thank you, Janardhan. Of course, India needs to be watchful and at the same time be prepared, to adapt to these new realities, which are very much part and parcel within these countries. And so we need to work on those strategies and option as to your policy has to be demand oriented now. That is how it is. It is always like that, but I think the focus needs to be what is probably asked for and what is the demand within these countries. Skilled workers in certain sectors, unskilled, semi-skilled in certain other sectors. What India can deliver, others can't, but the competition would be the key element in future as well. Whatever you said, so I completely agree with that. The second question is from our young, scholar from IDSA, Dr. Jatin. This is addressed to you, Professor Rajan. He says, what are the various initiatives, jobs and other facilities taken by the center and state government to accommodate migrant workers within India? Your views on skilled workers arrival database for employment support program. This is to you, and then let me read two more sort of questions which are there in the Q&A box. This is from Anandita, and she says, Speaker, Dr. Goble, what are the factors responsible for the sudden rise in India's gas consumption in the year 2017-18, as shown by you in the tabular form? Again, one more question by Dr. Mudassar. given the changing dynamics in the energy sector with focus on renewable and clean energy, what would be the impact on the hydrocarbon sector between Gulf and India? And this I would request, Dr. Abdullah to address. So
Okay.
I go back to Professor Rajan and then to Goble and then of course to a friend from Derasa.
No, I think that the government started registering the skill people who came in, but I am not sure government is doing much on that. I think even in Kerala where I sit, we talk too much about migration, and even there is an ARCA department. I was telling them you should have a separate employment exchange for returned migrants. It's like your matrimony column, Kerala matrimony, Tamil matrimony. We should also think of connecting the skilled worker who came back. I think there may be demand for them because they are disciplined worker. Because I always believe that people who went to Gulf and come back, they are more disciplined workforce compared to the people who are growing up in Kerala. Because you have always strikes and lockouts, but in the Gulf, not much. So they are disciplined. So I think the government has to do much more. And I am not happy that what the state and central government are doing on this rehabilitation program. Very, very less being done. Very, very less being done.
Okay, so Mr. Goble, that was one question is addressed to you.
Okay. Can I, ma'am, go ahead?
Yeah, please go ahead. And then I'll give the final word to our friend, Dr. Abdullah.
Okay, thank you. The sudden rise, if you look at the graph and if you look at the figures, the range of the gas consumption in India from 60 billion cubic meters, it has never crossed. In fact, 2011, if you look at the statistics, 2011 was the highest peak. But there was a wave of moving towards cleaner sources of energy. So from coal, we moved on to oil, and primarily because of the global awareness in terms of cleaner sources of energy, all the countries, they started to diversify. They started to move away from oil and diversify their consumption basket in terms of coal, renewable to a very little extent. Oil played a very significant role, and then came gas. So gas at this moment as well in India, it stands at number 3 positions, so starting with coal. At rural places, you will find coal consumption. Oil stands significantly. Gas consumption is quite important. So the gas demand that we see is a static. Is not it can never go randomly high as compared to oil, because even today India is to a large extent relying on oil as a factor. So that was my brief comment. If you want, you wanted to speak about the next question, or
no, the next question is addressed. I think I'll request Dr. Abdullah to probably address this.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. I think the renewable energy investment will complement the investment in hydrocarbon sectors. We have the ambitions of circular economy, and it's based on the concept that the carbon is not your enemy anymore. So in the region, you will see in the GCC, there are a lot of emphasis about the circular economy and how we can utilize the hydrocarbons to be products to be enabler for green energy. So if you see that the two investments are going to complement each other, I mean, we cannot replace hydrocarbons with the renewable energy. We need to invest in both. And one of the important things is also to see that even the advancement and development in the carbon side and how we can make it green, and there are a lot of investment in circular economy, how we can reduce carbon capture. It shows also the hydrocarbons could be a valuable source. And our economy, especially in the GCC and also in the India, and even the power sector is based on the our economy is based on hydrocarbons. In India, their power sector is based also on hydrocarbons. So we cannot actually change this reality in 10 to 20 years. I think it requires a lot of work, And the most important thing is to invest in both sides. And I think at the end of the day, they will complement each other and to reach to the announced target in environmental perspective, and also to achieve a very secure system. Because if we are talking in the power sectors, we cannot overlook the hydrocarbons, because the base supply is based on the hydrocarbons. So we always advise to start to think about the hydrocarbons and energy mix, to have the optimum energy mix which cover the needs, and also to have the best optimization of your resources. And definitely with the development in the region and the investment in, as I said, the renewable energy and circular economy in hydrocarbons, the things it become much better in the future.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Abdullah. And I think I've already been instructed by the organizer to wind up the session. And let me compliment each one of you for giving such a comprehensive presentation. And and there are suggestions, and I think I would only request the IDSA, the DG, and the team, to take this forward. Yes, the first suggestion was that we need to have a database. And that database is something on which we'd already initiated some work. So I'm sure that will be taken forward. And for the joint research and the projects, yes, as far as Janardhan's suggestion on, looking into the richer, Indians working there and some study be done there, I think that's a very welcome suggestion. And thereafter, we can have the joint, study with our partners in the Gulf, on these two specific areas. And last but not least, Dr. Abdullah, all three suggestions by you, as you listed in your conclusion, are very, very valuable contribution, and I'm sure they will be taken forward by the Institute. And with these words, I think I would like to close the session only by thanking, and I'm very fortunate to be in the session where all 5 speakers, those who agreed, were there, so there were no dropouts, and we had a very good discussion. Thank you, IDSA, thank you, Pradhan, thank you, Dr. Ambassador Chinoy, DDG, and the entire IDSA team for putting this very useful conference together. And I'm sure in person we will be meeting very soon. All the best to you, Dr. Abdullah, for making time to be speaking in the session. So special thanks to you. And Dr. Rajan, your work is something which I've been appreciating from the day one that I started looking at the studies here. And that is a big gap, and we need to highlight more on those issues. They are very, very critical for India's interest in the region. Thank you so much. And I think all good things come to an end, and I have to now say goodbye to all of you with what we call in Bangla, we'll meet again.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Thank you very much. Looking forward to see you.
Bye.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure I would be echoing the sentiments of all the participants when I say the session was highly engaging and insightful. On behalf of Director General MP-IDSA, Ambassador Sujan R. Chinoy, I extend thanks to the Chair and all the speakers for their scholarly presentations. The next session will begin at 3 p.m. Indian time. I request you all to kindly log in 30 minutes earlier. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Professor Kumar Swamy, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, may I request you to check your audio and
You tell me.
I can hear you, sir.
Check
And
it's
video
okay.
is
It
also.
looks okay.
Thank you, sir.
1 second, 1 second. This could be slightly better. Yeah. I think it's okay. Audio looks okay, right?
Sir, perfectly fine. So I can
Thanks,
hear you.
thanks. That's good. Really good. Thanks. And can I keep the background like this?
Sir, totally up to you, sir.
Okay, because the background is not very good in the house. So I thought I'll just do it. Oh. This is something to do with our region. This is called Gallipoli Point in New Zealand.
Yes, sir.
This is even better. Your mic is off, pa.
So if you want, you can turn off the camera for some time and just switch it on at the time.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hassan Al Hassan. May I request you to please check your audio and video?
Good afternoon.
Okay, perfectly fine. Perfectly.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. Just checking.
Afternoon, how are you?
Very good. So apparently I'm heard. Yeah, so I can see Mayuri.
Well, I did not turn off my WebEx for fear that we will have a problem, so we're all set.
Oh, that's wonderful. So we also often do that. We log in and check and then have a cup of coffee and then get ready for the main event.
Exactly. How is everything in Delhi?
It's good. It's getting warmer by the day and much faster than expected.
Hopefully, one of these days I will return.
That'll be nice. That'll be nice, sir. Okay.
Good afternoon, friend.
Hello, hello, my friend. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Great to hear you. Great to hear you.
Great to hear you and to see you too.
Yes, yes, yes.
Now I see that you have changed the background today. Where are you today?
Today, this is called Gallipoli Point in Wellington.
I see.
So I thought at least it's pleasant one. It's so hot weather. I thought let the weather be very pleasant visual.
Okay. So, have you been there?
Pardon?
Have you been there?
Yes, yes, yes. I was there about 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay.
I spent about 3 months there. It was a great place in Wellington. So,
it looks very nice.
That is one of the points I visited. It's almost in the tip of the southern island, facing the north, and it says that it resembles the Gallipoli, in which the New Zealand contingent was there.
Interesting.
Where are you, my friend?
Say again.
Where are you? In Riyadh or in Beirut?
No, I'm in Beirut. I'm in the mountain. I'm gonna go.
In the
Go
mountains.
back to Riyadh. I'm gonna go back to Riyadh. I don't know. Maybe during Ramadan. I have to do some more interviews, but the problem, of course, I have is to make sure that people that I want to see are there. And Ramadan is a very difficult time to meet people. So I'm working on it.
Okay.
I'm working on it. But meanwhile, while I am waiting to hear, I'm writing, and my Oman book is almost ready. So hopefully within the next month and a half or so, I'll finish
the Faisal one, what happened?
A new one. This is a new one.
No, the Faisal one.
Yeah, the Saud al-Faisal I'm working on. That's what I need to do the interviews.
Okay.
You see, it's not finished yet because I have only done, because of the pandemic, I've only done 8 interviews so far, and I have a list of 45.
Okay.
So it's gonna take Saud al-Faisal book will take maybe another year and a half. But meanwhile, I have this book on Oman, which is nearly finished. I have to write one more chapter.
Oman in what context?
What I have done is to essentially pick up on my last book on Oman and the world, come all the way to the end of Qaboos, and then the first 2 years of Haytham.
Okay.
So what I'm doing is I'm saying there is a link between the past and the future.
Okay. And it's mostly Oman and Qaboos almost interlinking or intermixing, right?
Absolutely. There are 2 initial chapters on religion, on Ibadi religion, and then there is a chapter on the Al-Sa'id family, and then I go to Qaboos, another 4 chapters on Qaboos, and then 2 chapters on Haytham.
Wow.
It's going to be a nice one.
Yeah, it's definitely work on Sultan Qaboos, actually.
Extremely sorry, sir. Professor Hassan, may I request you to please check your mic, say something so that we can hear you. Please,
am I audible? Can you hear me?
Very clear and all.
Professor, I can
say something.
Hello, Professor Kumar.
Yes, sir. I'm Kumar, sir, not Professor. I'm just Kumar.
Yeah, Kumar. How are you?
I'm just Kumar.
It's nice to see you again.
Yeah, it's great seeing you, sir. Great seeing you, sir.
And Joseph Kachichian Saab is also there.
See you. Good to see you. How are you?
Good. It's very good to see you also.
Absolutely. We have another few minutes before we start.
Yeah.
Do you have any instructions that you would like to give me other than to stick to the 15 minutes?
I think that's enough. I don't want to. I don't want to constrain the speakers. I wish they could have go on speaking and all that. There's such good speakers I have in my panel. And it's heartening to see my dear old friend Kumar.
Well, I have of course written my presentation as I always do. I never ad lib. Always prepare something in writing. So I have 1,756 words. So I think 15 minutes will be perfect.
Joe, you are unbelievable.
You see, this technology has rendered us, sort of helpless in many ways, and it has helped us also in many ways. One has to be very calculating with this technology.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Well, I figure since I'm gonna present to Ambassador Chinoy a paper before long, so I might as well start. So I started.
Yeah.
You are a smart guy, my friend. You are a smart guy.
I'm trying my best. In this world, in this world, you have to be, otherwise you'll be eaten raw. And I don't like to be eaten raw. Cooked, maybe I understand, but raw, no.
It's amazing, Joe. It's amazing to listen to you. Joe, Oman book is also by Sussex.
Say again, I missed that. Oman?
Who will be publishing the Oman book?
Oh, what's Sussex? Yeah, I'm
your favorite. Okay.
Yeah, Tony Graham has now published 5 of my books, and the fifth one is the Yusuf Yassin book that's ready to go at any moment. But we still have a clearance problem with it. So the moment we get the clearance, we will get it out. So I will stick with him. He's very easy to work with, and by the time when I submit the final draft to him, it takes 4 months from the submission to the publication. It takes 4 months with him, and I don't want to waste my time going back and forth. 4 months, that's enough for me.
Yeah,
Life is too
great,
short.
actually.
Yeah. Life is too short to wait for editors. Editors like to take their time because they think that if they wait longer, somehow the writers are going to appreciate the amount of work that they are putting, whereas all they're doing is putting the manuscript on the shelf.
True.
So Tony have you worked with Sussex before?
Not as yet, my friend. So far, no.
Okay. But if in the future you need a fast publication, let me know.
Great. So nice of you. Great. I'll think of a next book directly for him.
Yeah.
Whatever I'm writing next book, I'll give it to him.
Yeah. I received the manuscript, the book that Mudassir has prepared. It arrived today in my hands.
Good.
It went to Los Angeles first, and then from Los Angeles here. So it looks very nice. It looks very, very nice. I will read some of the chapters in here, and good publication. Very nice. Congratulations.
The production is good.
Yeah, it is.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's just for your information, we are streaming live on YouTube.
Okay, so we have to be careful what we say.
Good afternoon, Dr. Mandana Tishiyar. May I request you to please check your audio and video?
Afternoon, Professor Shamir Hassan. Am I
Yeah.
audible now?
Yeah, you're very much audible, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Mandana Tishiyar, may I request you to please turn on your camera once?
Let me check.
Yes, perfectly
Hello
fine.
again.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Professor
afternoon.
Tishiyar, may I request you to turn on your camera once? Professor Joseph Kishishian, may I request you to please turn on your camera and check whether it is working or not?
My video is turned on and my camera is turned on.
Perfectly fine, sir. Perfectly fine, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
ये यहाँ से नजर तो नहीं आ रही है, हाँ? नजर तो नहीं आ रही।
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. After 3 highly intellectually stimulating sessions, we have reached the last session of the 5th West Asia Conference. The theme of this session is Strategic and Security Cooperation and will be chaired by Professor Shamir Hassan. Professor Shamir Hassan retired as a professor at the Center for West Asian Studies, Aligarh Muslim University. He has taught politics and contemporary political history of West Asia and has guided research on related subjects. He has published number of papers in various prestigious journals. He has been sectional president for the countries other than India at the Indian History Congress, Delhi University. May I now request Professor Shamir Hassan to chair the session and conduct the proceedings. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. At the outset, I would like to indulge in some niceties. That is, I would like to thank the organizers of the seminar, as I'm beholden to them, for having me to chair this very significant session on strategic and security cooperation, where you have a very significant and illustrious panel from all over. And in this regard, I would like to submit that West Asia is an important region from geostrategic point of view, because it is at the conglomeration of 3 continents, Africa, Europe, and Asia. This is of common knowledge. But this particular region has been in turmoil in the recent years because of many wars of attrition going on in Palestine, in Yemen, and though the Syrian cauldron has died down, but emanating tensions are still there. Now, here what we see is that things have got a little complicated with the American-Russian collision in Ukraine, and it has its after effects on this particular region. the signing of JCPO has been delayed on account of Russian intransigence, that the sanctions have to be lifted first. And we have already witnessed Iran-Israel hostility because even the present Prime Minister Bennett is opposed to any kind of nuclear deal with Iran. However, Israel needs Russia to secure its northern borders, and what we see is presently, to be brief, that new alignments are being made between the respective countries of this particular region. And India, though it has its own problems, China looming large over its head and all that, but India has, to an extent, has been successful to penetrate these areas economically and politically. It has got strategic relations with Israel, and it is building up relations with the GCC countries, and India's concern for West Asia is a major issue of the seminar, and especially in this particular panel from the strategic and security point of view. Now, having said all this, I won't stand between the speakers and the audience, and I would, there are altogether 4 papers in this panel, and as per the organizers, 15 minutes have been allotted to each presenter, and I would like to invite Dr. Joseph Kechichian, who is a senior fellow in King Faisal Center for Research and Islamic Studies, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, to make his presentation on the security of the Arab Gulf states and India's growing security ties with GCC member states. So may I request Dr. Joseph Kechichian to begin his presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor Shamir Hassan, for chairing this panel, and many thanks to Ambassador Sujan Chinoy, the Director General of the Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defence Studies and Analyses, for the invitation to participate in this 5th West Asia Conference. I'm delighted to be here. Since I have 15 minutes, I will just launch into it right away. In 1981, Arab Gulf countries joined in the Gulf Cooperation Council alliance to defend themselves, though they relied on traditional Western allies for security guarantees. This was certainly a given within the larger oil for security axiom, and this much must be acknowledged, within the Cold War environment that prevailed for decades and that saw the conservative monarchies in the Western camp. In the aftermath of several wars and the more recent expressions of withdrawal from the area by the United States, ostensibly because the Cold War was over, GCC leaders increasingly turned to Eastern powers to fill apparent vacuums. Even if the preference was for China to gradually replace the United States, and in the aftermath of the Russian attacks on Ukraine that redrew the world's maps, conservative Arab Gulf leaders were, to say the least, wary of the global struggle for power. For many, ongoing reappraisals necessitated an expansion of bilateral and multilateral ties with other countries, which is where India was poised to play a far larger role than many contemplated to date. Indeed, and as a neighboring power with a stake in its energy markets, as well as a significant human presence and their financial remittances, Delhi was well positioned to contribute to the stability of the region, though it was unclear whether such a presence was perceived as an entanglement. Those who are interested in reading the essay on the preparation for this conference will do so when the proceedings are published. For now, and because of time constraints, allow me to raise three main questions and offer a few suggestions. The first concern must truly be whether the security of the Arab Gulf states and India's growing security ties with GCC member states can go beyond energy ties. In other words, it is fair to ask whether for India, the Gulf region is merely a reliable partner for energy security, admittedly in exchange of close trade ties that allows it to augment food security for the region. You will also guess that beneath my question are a whole group of concerns raising important issues led by the mother of all questions, namely whether the relationship has moved, or if it has not, whether it can move beyond mere transactional values. The numbers speak for themselves, but there is a civilizational connection that few can ignore on both sides. In 2020, India's economic power and trade with the GCC states was estimated to be valued at around $90 billion. And while it may be true that this brought Delhi some leverage within the GCC, the far more critical issue concerned the desire to broaden bilateral and multilateral relationships. One can no longer simply focus on economic ties alone, given that India's strategic importance is now vital. It is especially critical with respect to the importance on how best to counter Iran's influence throughout South Asia. Saudi Arabia, for example, is keenly interested to counter Iranian influence in India and elsewhere in the area, and towards that end, Riyadh increased its diplomatic initiatives and invested heavily in what may be called a systemic economic outreach. Riyadh wishes to further spread its influence among India's Muslim populations. That clearly is a solid illustration that non-economic factors can and do drive Indian GCC relations. Before moving to my second point, it is important to summarize the key trade and oil dimensions of the GCC-India relationship, topped by the presence of nearly 10 million Indian nationals in the GCC states who remit most of their earnings into the Indian economy, estimated at around 55% of the total transfers of 80 billion in 2019. In 2020, India's exports to GCC states were $28 billion US dollars, though the bilateral two-way trade during the period was 87 billion, although it was a decline of 27% over 2019, largely because of the pandemic. Moreover, India's demand for oil, which is about 5 million barrels a day in 2022, will reach about 8.7 billion barrels per day by 2040. Demand for liquefied natural gas is set to rise 4 times to more than 124 billion cubic meters per year by 2042. At present, India gets 55% of its LNG from the GCC, and one can expect those energy ties to grow. There is already a lot riding on the two regions' collective stability. The GCC has a combined GDP of $1.4 trillion, while India's is about 2.9, nearly twice the size of Russia's GDP of 1.71. And if you want to compare with the EU at 13.4, China at 15.66, and the United States at $24.8 billion. Trillion, I'm sorry. A GCC-India FTA was signed in 2014, and this is likely to be finalized before too long. Now, the second concern area is associated with GCC society's perceptions of India. While we all assume to know what the logic of the rapprochement between India and the Arabian Gulf may be, analysts need to get a grip on this fundamental issue. We rightly focus on China's engagement with Gulf countries through the Belt and Road Initiative, formerly known as the One Belt, One Road Global Infrastructure Development Strategy, But how about India's presence? And equally important, how GCC societies perceive those manifestations. Interestingly, few have concentrated on the Indian government's own strategic ties with the GCC states, particularly with Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, except in the obvious energy and food sectors that I mentioned. Beyond the obvious economic motivations identified above, GCC India contacts now include advanced security cooperation, and there are many reasons to believe this rapprochement will redefine the nexus between the Arabian Peninsula and South Asia in the foreseeable future. Allow me to raise a sensitive matter, as I hope that none of you will misunderstand what I'm about to raise next, since this is privately discussed within decision-making circles throughout the region. Notwithstanding Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Hindu nationalist preferences, GCC rulers, especially those in Saudi Arabia and the UAE, perceive his security-driven approach towards political Islam as being consistent with their own perspectives. Speaking at a ceremony in Delhi during a visit to India in 2019, Saudi Arabia's heir apparent, Mohammed bin Salman, portrayed Prime Minister Modi as an elder brother, whereas Mohammed bin Zayed, the Abu Dhabi heir apparent, became the first non-head of state to be the chief guest of India's Republic Day in 2017. What was at stake was old-fashioned realpolitik that fascinated the Saudi and Emirati officials. Consequently, increases in military exchanges were recorded with the UAE, Oman, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia, as GCC navies engaged in maritime security initiatives with the Indian Navy. Importantly, the Indian Military Academy started a training program for Emirati sailors, as similar bilateral programs were under consideration with other GCC member states. In addition to these matters, security cooperation has also increased, especially with the UAE, on tracking and arresting individuals tied to Indian organized crime, which resulted after 2013 in the deportation from Abu Dhabi of Indian members of terrorist cells. In fact, this is an area of growth as the UAE and Saudi Arabia consider Islamist movements, and in particular, the Muslim Brotherhood, as their biggest threats, and this resonates well in Delhi too. Parenthetically, while some might assume that GCC states would prefer Pakistan over India on account of their common religious identity and the significant role the Pakistani military and intelligence services played in the building of Gulf security institutions, Islamabad's refusal to join the Saudi-led coalition in the Yemen war in 2015 tainted Pakistani Gulf cooperation. The third and final concern, which is related to the second, of course, is whether an increased Indian involvement is perceived as an entanglement, especially by those who focus on issues related to Islam, overlooking Delhi's secular legacy. Now, I do not mean to embark on a discussion of religion in India, which is well beyond my capacities, but to simply raise the question of perceptions with respect to India's 200 million Muslims and their critical roles both at home and throughout the Gulf region. The entanglement could mean that India's diplomatic feet raised earlier may be at risk because of blatant abuses of Muslim communities. Some might believe that they should stay away from the Gulf, ostensibly because of Islamophobia. But can India really stay away? Can it jeopardize investment commitments that are over 170 billion coming from Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates? GCC leaders, and to a lesser extent, GCC societies, look with great interest to India. But can Delhi mangle its long-term interests by embarking on peculiar policies that go against its own norms and legacies? Let me conclude with the following remarks. First, since geography determines the destinies of nation-states, the conservative Arab Gulf monarchies and India are predestined to cooperate in every field. I would not be sharing a metaphysical certainty when I state that the GCC states have intrinsic interests with the Indian subcontinent. What I'm suggesting is that these ties, limited in the past, are likely to grow in the near future, especially in the security field, notwithstanding severe reservations that both sides have of each other. Second, some are assuming that the globe is on the brink of a new era, hoping for multilateralism to help define nascent international conditions. This may indeed be the case, but we will not know that for several more years, perhaps decades, if we survive World War III type confrontations. It is facile to predict what will happen next, including in the Gulf region, though GCC states are examining all of their options and would look favorably to non-Western assistance. Third, and finally, there are deep cultural transformations underway throughout the Arab world that will most likely take a few decades to materialize. The Arab world went from empires to the colonial period to the post-World War II era of relative republicanism that was dominated by various isms, Nasserism, Baasism, Arabism, and similar failed systems. Regrettably, the isms evolved into dictatorships, both of the military type as well as the benign authoritarian variety. Except in the GCC states, where tribalism gave way to paternalism, and now with the rise of new leaders with clearer visions into Cosmo-Arabism, Al-Awraba in Arabic, as opposed to Uruba, Arabism itself. Al-Awraba, as a preeminent thinker has dubbed it in recent times. Time will tell whether the Arab world will be led by the GCC states plus Egypt, the so-called 6+1, and whether several allies and partners, including India, will have a role in its development. I look forward to the questions, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joseph, for a very elusive and focused presentation on a significant topic of this security of the Arab Gulf states and India's growing security ties with GCC member states. We'll have the questions when all the papers are presented. Thank you very much. Now, next on the list is Dr. Hassan Al-Hassan, who happens to be a research fellow for Middle East policy, the International Institute from the International Institute of Strategic Studies, London. May I request him to make his presentation. The time slot is 15 minutes for each presenter.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shamir. Thank you for the kind invitation. I shall be sharing a presentation momentarily. Please bear with me for this for a second. Are the slides visible to you?
It's all right. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. And so I'm really, in a sense, picking off from where Dr. Kechichian started, because Dr. Kechichian pointed out to the idea that there really is that we, beyond the economic and the energy and the diasporic aspects of India-Gulf relations, we cooperation on defense and security remains somewhat of a blind spot in our understanding of Gulf-India relations. And so I'm pleased to have been invited by the IDSA to examine somewhat more closely India's defense cooperation with the GCC states. And I'd like to say that this is very much, caveat this by saying that this is very much a work in progress. And so any feedback from participants and panelists would be very much welcome, a welcome addition. So to begin with, I think it's important to begin with a broader baseline of what India's defense cooperation with other nations in general, not just with the GCC, looks like. Having spoken with a number of people who follow India's broader defense engagement much more closely and by examining the state of affairs, it seems that India's is not an extremely active is not a very active partner on defense cooperation beyond its immediate neighborhood. And that the constraints on India's activism in the domain of defense cooperation are multiple. They partly have to do with the fact that India has traditionally been fixated on protecting its northern borders vis-a-vis China on the one hand and Pakistan on the other. And so any sort of excess capacity is usually devoted to India's two-front problem. Budgetary constraints, again, are a source of constraint, obviously. And again, any budgetary surpluses are often directing those to the border issues are, again, tend to be at the top of the priority list. So these two have been real sources of constraint. But also beyond, I think there has been a degree of unease with India's legacy of failed intervention in Sri Lanka. And I think that has also partly informed, even perhaps on a subliminal level sometimes, a reluctance to get involved in defense matters in a direct or a unilateral sense, although obviously India is one of the largest contributors to UN peacekeeping operations worldwide, but that happens under a UN umbrella. But I think the failed intervention in Sri Lanka has probably created a degree of inhibition of not being seen as a unilateral defense player in conflict zones and areas. And I think also broadly, broadening it out from simple defense cooperation, even looking at the defense industrial side of things, India's limited success so far with whether attracting investments into its own defense sector, defense industrial sector, or its limited success with export sales, or there have been a few successes nonetheless, I think have also been traditional constraints on India's broader defense and defense industrial cooperation more generally. Moving on to the specifics of India-GCC defense cooperation, I think it seems fair to, from a historiographical perspective, to trace perhaps the inauguration or the beginning of closer defense cooperation between India and the GCC states with the INS Virat's voyage into the Gulf in 1999. At the time, the INS Virat was India's sole aircraft carrier. It entered Gulf waters to engage in joint exercises with the UAE. And that seems to be the moment that inaugurated a more closer and intimate defense cooperation between India and the GCC states. There have been multiple enablers of the growth in Indo-GCC defense cooperation. The growth in India's naval and air capabilities has been an important enabler for India to be able to do more with the Gulf states. I think that was partly also related to India's economic growth following on the liberalization of the early and mid-1990s. So the growth in India's expeditionary capabilities, whether in the naval or air domain, have been important enablers for closer Indo-GCC defense relations. So has the improvement in Indo-US relations. I think from India's perspective, the Gulf has been traditionally seen as part of the US's sphere of influence, so to speak. And I think that barring some improvement in Indo-American relations in the late 90s and the early 2000s, India would have found it more difficult to engage with the GCC nations on defense. Obviously, the improvement in Indo-GCC diplomatic relations has also been a key enabler. We saw that in the late 1990s with the visit of Jaswant Singh to Saudi Arabia, but it really took off in about 2004, 2005, and of course then with the very symbolic visit of the late King Abdullah bin Abdul Aziz, King of Saudi Arabia, on his maiden tour as monarch, in which he appeared in New Delhi as chief guest in what was a very symbolic turn in Indo-GCC relations. So these, to my mind, are perhaps the key enablers of India's defense cooperation. There are also multiple objectives that animate India's defense cooperation with the GCC states. So what is India trying to achieve? Why does India seek closer cooperation on defense with the Gulf states? It partly began, I think, as a response to piracy in the Gulf of Aden. That's when we saw the pace of Indian deployments in the Gulf of Aden pick up in the mid and late 2000s. But obviously, ensuring the security of energy trade is something that is a priority in India. And I think that at least partly explains India's more recent deployments in the close to the Strait of Hormuz and in the Gulf of Oman, following the Iranian attacks on oil tankers in 2019 in the Strait and in the Gulf of Oman. And so India has deployed a number of naval vessels to escort Indian-flagged oil tankers, not only Indian-flagged, but also, I believe, Bangladeshi oil tankers and others. And so the security of energy trade is also a key driver or objective for India. So obviously there's the strategic element as well, which is on the one hand to counter China's string of pearls. It's the idea that China is building a series of partnerships with nations like Pakistan and Djibouti and so on. In Djibouti, there's an overt Chinese base, but in some of the other places like Sri Lanka and Pakistan, there's the Indian concern that China is in the business of building a dual-use infrastructure that it could then use to encircle India. So by being present in the Gulf, India hopes to counter China's string of pearls, but it also allows India to endanger Pakistan's access to the open sea and to draw an imaginary line in the water that goes from India's western coast to perhaps Ras al-Had in Oman, where incidentally India happens to have a listening post that is rumored to have a listening post that presumably covers much of the Arabian Sea and gives India visibility into what Pakistan is trying to do. It's also, of course, I mean, defense cooperation is also an important avenue for diplomatic engagement, both with the GCC states and with the US. India has now has recently appointed a defense attaché to Bahrain, where the combined maritime forces also happen to be based. And so that allows India to interface directly through a liaison officer with the combined maritime forces. So we're going to look at several metrics of India GCC defense cooperation. So the first metric looks at agreements, a timeline of agreements and defense agreements and strategic partnership agreements. So on the top line, we see the timeline for defense agreements, and on the bottom, you can see other kinds of strategic agreements that India has signed. I think very importantly, India now has signed strategic partnership agreements with Iran in 2003, with Oman, with the UAE, and with Saudi Arabia. And it has signed a number of defense cooperation agreements with the UAE, with Saudi Arabia, and with Oman as well, not to mention security cooperation agreements that have also been signed. So we've seen an uptick since the early 2000s and an acceleration in the second decade of the millennium in the signing of agreements, whether on defense or strategic partnerships. This is a map that attempts to visualize, as I said, much of this is work in progress. So hopefully we'll see an improvement in the visuals as well. But essentially what this map tries to do is to visualize India's defense interactions with the different GCC states and Iran. By defense interactions, we mean it's everything included, so visits, agreements, joint exercises, and so on. It's obvious that Saudi Arabia, Oman, and the UAE top the list in terms of India's defense interactions in the region. This is followed by Iran, and then to a lesser extent Bahrain and Qatar, and finally Kuwait being at the bottom of the pile. So we do talk of India GCC defense cooperation, but we also have to understand that India's defense cooperation with the GCC states is not uniform and varies considerably from one GCC state to another. The third metric that we can also look at is bilateral and multilateral exercises. So in terms of multilateral exercises here on the left, India and the GCC states participate in Gulf Shield 1. That includes all 6 GCC states in India, took place in 2018. And we've also seen Desert Flag with Bahrain, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, the United States, France, and South Korea involved, obviously alongside India in March 2021. On the map, the map only visualizes bilateral exercises. Air exercises are in red, so we've seen Desert Eagle with the UAE, Oman, exercises with Oman in 2009, Eastern Bridge being hosted by India in 2017. And we've seen a larger number of naval exercises, unsurprisingly, given India's primarily sort of maritime-driven interest as far as the Indo-GCC defense cooperation is concerned. We've also seen a number of naval joint exercises take place on a bilateral level with Saudi Arabia, and other, the UAE, obviously, and other GCC nations. Finally, I think there are also a number of arms deals that have been worthy of mention. With the UAE, there's of course the Bofors artillery shell deals. We've had at least two orders by my count. There were obviously issues with the way the process was managed in the first time around, but with the second time around, it seems that the working relationship became somewhat smoother. The Caracal contract that fell through, again, partly due to, from what I've heard, bureaucratic issues in India, I think has dampened India's arms export and import relationship with the UAE. But there have been successes as well in terms of a delivery of rifles to Oman. And there are uncorroborated reports of a Bahraini interest in acquiring the Arjun Mk2 main battle tanks. Although, as I said, this is very recent and highly and still uncorroborated, and so is very much uncertain. There have been high-level visits, a number of high-level visits between various service chiefs and high-level MOD officials between India and the GCC states. We've seen the first ever visit by General Naravani in 2020 to Saudi Arabia, and most recently an uptick in Oman's defense diplomatic engagement with India, with General Secretary of Oman's MOD, as well as the commander of the Royal Navy of Oman, visiting India in rapid succession in February, which was then followed by a series of joint exercises. So finally, beyond these metrics, the questions that I will be attempting to answer, hopefully in the written part of my contribution later on, are the following. How does India's defense cooperation with the GCC states fit into a broader topology of India's defense cooperation with other nations? I'm also interested in looking at the feedback loops between India's diplomatic and energy and commercial relations with the GCC states on the one hand, and Indo-GCC defense cooperation. And then finally, looking at the triangular dynamics with the US, with Pakistan, with Iran, that may also affect the progress in India's, or the trajectory of India-GCC defense cooperation in the future. On that note, I conclude. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hassan Al-Hassan, for a very substantial and focused presentation on this significant topic. And I'm happy that you finished in time allotted to the speaker. And your presentation raises many questions. And of course, I'm hopeful the comments will be made on this presentation of yours. In the meanwhile, I would progress to the third presentation of the session, by Dr. Mandana Tishier Alameh from Tabai University, Tehran. And the topic of presentation is Indo-Iran relations from strategic partnerships to paled friendship. Very idiomatic. But anyway, I hope this would be very interesting. So may I request Dr. Mandana to make her presentation, and please finish it within the allotted time period so we can have ample time for discussion and comments and cross questions and all that. Thank you very much, Dr. Mandana.
Thank you very much, Professor Shamir Hassan. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's both an honor and a pleasure for me to participate in this high-esteemed conference, and I would like to appreciate IDSA's initiative to gather us here to discuss about India-West Asia relations from different aspects. And I just would like to add that I never forget those days I was studying in JNU and used to go to the IDSA's library and feel its friendly atmosphere by sitting there for hours and hours. Now, let's go back to the subject of my lecture. As we know, the relations between Iran and India have an ancient history, and according to Jawaharlal Nehru, no two nations can be found in the world having similar ties with each other as like as Indians and Iranians. However, today I speak about the significant decline in relations between the two countries in the last 2 decades. From January 2003, when President Khatami was invited as a chief guest to the Indian Independence Day ceremony, and the Delhi Declaration was signed with an emphasis on the need to expand a strategic partnership between the two countries until today, the Nowruz of 2022, the bilateral relations between the two countries in the political, economic, security, social, and even cultural fields have reached their lowest point in the last 2 decades. Iran and India have defined several joint projects during recent decades, which have mostly remained unfinished. In what follows, there is a brief overview of the significant instances of these projects. The initiative to transfer natural gas from the South Pars gas condensate field in Iran to India via Pakistan, known as the Peace Pipeline Project, and pursued by the three countries since the 1990s, was left unfinished since India's withdrawal from the project in 2008. The initiative to launch an international north-south corridor, transport corridor, which was pursued by the three countries of Iran, India, and Russia, and officially launched in September 2000, remains on paper and has not been implemented yet. The initiative for extensive economic cooperation between Iran and India in the Chabahar port, accompanied by numerous agreements in various fields, is still half finished. Although Chabahar was the only place in Iran from which the US sanctions against Iran were lifted, and notwithstanding the signature of new agreements by the leaders of Iran, India, and Afghanistan in 2016 to accelerate the equipment of the port, according to the Indian contractor of the project, from the total $500 million allocated by India to the project, only $25,000 has been invested so far. Moreover, the Chabahar-Zahedan-Zaranj railway, which was agreed to be quickly completed by Indian companies to facilitate transport between the three countries, did not succeed, and India was excluded from the project in the summer of 2021. Iran and India have also signed an agreement on investment and cooperation in developing the Farzad B gas field. However, after several years, the agreement has been cancelled recently due to the differences between the the parties, and Iran would probably conduct the project with other Asian countries. In terms of trade partnerships, given the sharp decline in the trades between Iran and India, Iran has been almost wholly removed from India's energy basket. The blocking of Iranian oil and gas revenues in Indian banks and Iran's requirement to purchase goods instead and use the rupee in the trades between the two countries blocked the expansion of economic relations between the two sides. Moreover, the entry of Indian goods, especially the Indian agricultural products, into Iranian markets created widespread dissatisfaction among numerous Iranian farmers who produce the same products inside the country. During recent years, India's several votes against the Iranian nuclear program at the International Atomic Energy Agency have also impacted the diplomatic relations between the two countries. To this must be added India's recent policies towards Kashmir and the new attitude towards Muslim girls in recent months. Because India hosts the largest Shia people in the world after Iran, Iran's sensitiveness to the situation of this population and the Indian government's policies towards them is high. The significant reduction in the academic and cultural relations between the two countries, which shows itself in the decreased number of Iranian and Indian students and tourists, has also added to the challenge in the relations between the two countries. Although it has been primarily due to the COVID-19 pandemic in the last 2 years and the economic sanctions against Iran, it can be expected that the declining relations between the Iranian and Indian peoples would affect the two countries' public diplomacy shortly. At the regional level also, India's extensive cooperation with Israel and the Arab countries of the Persian Gulf, which can be observed in its naval maneuver with Saudi Arabia and the signing of a strategic economic agreement with the United Arab Emirates in recent months, has driven Iran to get closer to China in its eastward-looking policy. In March 2021, a $400 billion agreement on strategic cooperation was signed between Iran and China. More recently, the strategic cooperation agreement between Iran and Russia was also extended. And neither of these measures is good news for India. Indeed, the formation of this dichotomy with India, GCC, Israel on the one hand, and Iran, China, and some other Arab countries on the other hand, can only fuel a new Cold War in the Persian Gulf region. It has to be remembered that in India's strategic environment within the Indo-Pacific region, Iran is a maritime neighbor to India. The Strait of Hormuz is also located on the western borders of this strategic environment, and the increased security tensions and competition can spread to other areas. Although some diplomats and analysts have repeatedly cited the economic sanctions as a major obstacle to continued cooperation between the two countries in recent years, Iran's relations with other countries, including China, Russia, and the other Asian countries, and even the European Union member states, have not experienced such an extensive reduction. Therefore, what Rand Corporation experts referred to as the Tehran-Delhi axis at the beginning of the 21st century and promised extensive cooperation between the two great Asian civilizations is now disappearing from the relations between the two countries. Hence, India's new approach in the form of Think West program might best be renamed as Think West but Ignore Iran. The change in Indian decision makers' view of the international system has been influential in formulating the current state of relations between the two countries. It has resulted in Iran's increasing frustration with a strategic cooperation with India, driving it towards increased cooperation with China. As a result, the strategic advantage of India's traditional presence in West Asia as a natural ally for the region's countries seems to diminish and give way to increasing competitive approaches. In this context, and given the developments at the international system level during recent weeks, to ensure the two countries' national interests, it seems necessary for the two countries to start a new level of dialogues and define new cooperative approaches. Continuous communication between Iranian and Indian researchers, analysts, and diplomats, and the design of a new cooperation model in the economic, social, political, and cultural fields at the bilateral, regional, and international levels has become an extreme necessity today. However, neither in Iran nor in India, no research center or institute has been set up to study and analyze the relations between the two countries and design new areas of cooperation. Consequently, despite the numerous valuable articles and books published annually on the historical relations between the two countries, there are very few scientific and practical materials on Iran-India relations in modern times, and the number of researchers familiar with this subject in both countries is considerably small. Accordingly, and to sum up, I would like to suggest that academic institutes in both countries draw on support from foreign political entities to set up two joint centers in Tehran and Delhi, embark on pathological investigations in the relations between the two countries in recent years, and provide them with strategic guidelines so the two long-standing neighbors can get out of the existing situation and improve the level of their cooperation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Then to share for your nice presentation on Indo-Iran relations. Well, India-Iran have suffered many vicissitudes and all that, but in the present instance, the relationships needs to be lifted to a certain extent. It was nice to know that you had been a student of JNU, as I was also a student of JNU at the School of International Studies. Then I came to Aligarh Muslim University, and you were right. In many ways, with the coming of the revolution and the religious regime, the Indians sort of look at the things with certain skepticism and certain doubts, and it has resulted declining of the warm relationship between India and Iran. Nevertheless, we'll take up the things during question answer hours. Now, last but not the least important is my friend, Professor P.R. Kumaraswamy from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, and he would be delivering his or making his presentation, India and WANA, Emerging Dynamics, Challenges and Opportunities. May I request Kumar to make his presentation within the allotted time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Hassan. It is great to speak with you as a chat. And thank you, MP-IDSA, for giving me the opportunity. Being the last speaker of the 2-day seminar is extremely challenging, especially after 3 wonderful presentations. And I will try my best to make this presentation short as well as interesting. I'm going to make the 4 broad points, and then I look at how does India will fit into the scheme of things. And the first one is the difference between the Trump and the Biden administration. This is most visible in our region than anywhere in the world. In the Biden administration, it was extremely friendly towards Israel and hostile towards other countries. The lines are very clear. The Biden administration, trying to be friendly with everybody, in the process lost the plot. There are no clearly defined red lines. And therefore, what we find in the last 1 year and 4 months is that its inability to walk the talk. You can see the dwindling American influence in some of the key issues, which are recent origin. Whether the question of oil prices, whether it's a question of increasing the production, or dissuading his friends, or threatening or intimidating the adversaries, in all these fields, the Biden administration is simply not in a position to communicate a clear message. The second one is a nuclear deal. It raises 3 interesting questions. Will the new deal, whenever it happens, be better than the 2015 one? The second, can it be irreversible? See, the international community is talking about the American ability to pull out of the deal unilaterally. But we should also look at Iranian inability, a willingness to walk away from the deal. The deal talks about the uranium enrichment of 3.67%. But if you look at the media reports, Iran not only broke the deal, and as of November, it has reached 60% enrichment of 25 kilograms. So when you're talking about nuclear deal, can it be reversible both for the United States and for Iran? And the third question on the nuclear issue is, will the new deal bring about stability to the Gulf? If you remember carefully, the nuclear deal was extremely well received in Europe, but not in the Middle East. And it was seen as the Obama administration legitimizing the Iranian hegemony in the Persian Gulf. That is how it was read. So the question you're going to ask is, will the new deal bring about stability in the region? The common and definite answer to all these questions is simple, not clear. There is no clarity on that. The third point is, there is a crisscross of movements in the region. US is unable to convince Saudi Arabia and Emirates on any of these issues, whether it's oil production or price management. There are suggestions that Saudi Arabia is looking at yuan as a possible currency of transaction of oil. If you look at the Al-Ula summit, it actually no idea. And people are fighting for 48 months, 44, 42 months, and suddenly they made up without any clarity, without any indication that they resolved the conflict. It is more, I would say, ineffectiveness of the Arab boycott of Qatar than anything else. And then you had 4 rounds of talks between Iran and Saudi Arabia, of all the places, in Qatar. 5th one could not happen because of the execution of 41 Iranian dissidents, Shia dissidents, in addition to others. And suddenly you will find Turkey and Israel have made up after more than a decade. Since the Mavi Marmara incident, Turkey was on the offensive against Israel. And it was very critical of the Abraham Accord. While it had an embassy in Tel Aviv, it did not want Emirates to have an embassy in Israel, calling it a betrayal of the Palestinians. But suddenly, it hosted the Israeli president. Now it is indicating that after a gap, Israeli tourists will be coming to Turkish spots. And if you look at Israel, with all the friendship with the United States, Israel is not ready to sign on the dotted lines on Ukraine. It is trying to negotiate a very nuanced position on the crisis. Bennett even went to the extent of breaking the Shabbat and going to Russia for a mediator. So all this indicates there is an enormous crisscross of movements. without any clear outcome in place. And the fourth one is Ukraine crisis. Though it is not directly related to us, it raises few fundamental questions. The peaceful resolution of disputes as demanded by the United Nations Charter is not going to be adhered to by great powers. There is no rule of law. Great powers will do whatever suits their national interests. So the question of territorial integrity and sovereign inviolability, which are essential for our West Asian region, is no longer a sacrosanct principle. And therefore, they're establishing a very bad precedent for all the countries in the region. And tomorrow morning, one country invades another country, the great powers will not be sermonized. They will not be able to do that. The moment you cross your own red line, it becomes a problem. And that also tells you the limitations or the weakness of the United States. At the end of the day, the US is unable to stand up for its friends. The list is pretty long. One can justify, one can rationalize it. You can talk about Taiwan, Shah of Iran, Hosni Mubarak, and Obama's red line about Assad using chemicals in Syria, and now Zelensky. So it indicates to the Arab countries to what extent they can depend on the United States. We all know that. The Bahrain ruler is still in power, not because of the United States, but because of Saudi military intervention. So if you look at it, the United States, which was seen as a security guarantor, is posing enormous doubts about its credibility. Consequently, you also see the consolidation of Russia-China alliance. What began in Syria is now the Ukraine crisis indicators that they may have differences over certain issues, but they are going to work in tandem. So for the countries in the region, they would look to some dependable external supporters, which the US is not ready to. If you look at all the things, what is certain is there is no clear outcome. I'm not saying the countries are abandoning the traditional friendship and looking for new ones, but mostly what I would call a hedging strategy. You are more willing to get closer to your once erstwhile adversary than with your earlier pattern. It's a very subtle movement from Israel, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Iran, you name it. All the countries are reaching out to the other, who are actually unacceptable only a few months ago. It is not, I wouldn't call it a shift, but I would call it a doubts over the dependability of the United States. I think that is how all this indicates to us. In these circumstances, what are the options for India? I'll just put very few points on that. And I'm going to build largely on what the earlier speakers have mentioned in terms of India's advantages, challenges, and limitations. So I'm not going to repeat all. But what's clear is mere statements and declarations will not be sufficient. India's friendship will have to be demonstrated in action. That's number one. And the second thing is all the major players are looking for a reliable friends. And nobody knows who would be the new friend, how dependable they are. So therefore, India should position itself as a defendable player with all the major players in the region. Which would mean you have to do certain uncomfortable things. India cannot talk about friendship with Israel or Saudi Arabia without talking about their concerns on Iran. I'm not saying that India should share their concerns. No. Please, Iran will have to be an issue when India discusses bilateral relations with Israel, Saudi Arabia, Emirates. That takes us to the third point. Mere bilateralism will not work. India simply says, I have Indo-Saudi relations, Indo-Bahrain relation, Indo-Iran relation. That approach will not work because it's a tunnel vision. If you look at it, all the countries are looking at your friends, not on every issue, on certain key issues. It is not that Israel and Emirates agree on everything. No, there are certain differences, but they are willing to look at issues beyond the bilateral. See, for instance, when the Abraham Accord was signed, India was very excited that, two friends of India are also getting closer, Israel and Emirates. And the opportunity to host the first summit meet was to Egypt, not to India. As we speak today, 6 foreign ministers are meeting in Israel. US, Israel, Bahrain, Emirates, Egypt, and Morocco. So that is the trend. Regionalism is a trend today, not simply a bilateral. And the fourth point is Iran. Iran is a major challenge to India's foreign. Iran is also a key player in the region. It is an extremely important country. But we should also recognize Iran is also a problematic country for a variety of reasons. Whether one likes it or not, the countries in the Persian Gulf consider Iran as an hegemonic power. So Iran comes into conflict with India's relations with us. While we know that JCPOA in some form is going to happen anytime soon, but will it bring about a peace? That is something India will have to be watchful. That takes us a very related question. It may be surprising to some of the participants here. Iran is not part of the WANA division in the Ministry of External Affairs. It is not discussed in the Gulf. It is not discussed in the West Asia division. It is, in terms of functional responsibilities, it is part of the Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran division, which basically means you are having a West Asian policy without very active role from the Iran desk in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I think that we need to change. If Iran is an important player, we need to take Iran out of the Pakistan, Afghanistan division and bring it to Gulf, and then only we will have a better understanding of Iran. One thing we can do practically is not, I wouldn't talk about defense cooperation. I would say probably defense diplomacy, which basically will focus on what I will call maritime security, freedom of navigation, which are critical for all the countries of the region. So therefore, I would say Iran and Saudi Arabia, Oman and Bahrain, all of them want some sort of a freedom of navigation without any incidents at sea. That is a very useful way India could actually start there. The final general point is, when things are going nicely, you don't need a policy. You can take on it. But because our region is always facing turbulence and lack of clarity among what kind of relationship all the major players are looking, one should root the foreign policy more on what I would call hardcore realism. Expecting everything will happen nicely is not an option for us. India should actually go to the other extreme, arguing that things will go invariably bad. And in that situation, what do I do? And one thing I would suggest is we should increase our engagement. And even with Turkey, we are ready to talk about, you can talk about Kashmir. I have no issues. But I will talk about Kurds in Turkey. India should actually put it on the table. That probably, Turkey being a realistic power, they will recognize. There are certain red lines you don't cross. If you cross, it will come as the consequences. That would mean India getting more assertive in its interest and defining it. I'll stop at this point of time. More than happy to answer any questions during the Q&A session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kumar, for raising significant issues regarding emerging dynamics, challenges and opportunities, India and WANA. And we'll definitely have questions and comments to you. We'll take it up. Now we are over with the presentations, and I think as per the instructions I got, we will take up the question answers, by the audience, and you can ask each other, comment each other on each other's papers. And so here we are. If at all there are any question to any of these speakers, we will take up first Dr. Joseph Kachichian. If some questions are there for him, you are most welcome. I can't hear you. There is something कुछ गड़बड़ हो रहा है ना?
So he has to unmute himself, please.
Yeah, because obviously my microphone was closed. Thank you very much. I'm delighted for this conversation. Obviously, I agree with the speakers, and I think that Professor Kumaraswamy summarized it best when he essentially raised the fundamental question that I think is on everyone's mind in Delhi. Can India become a reliable partner to the GCC countries? This is the heart of the matter. So in my presentation, I really raised this question indirectly because I know that there are people in India who are afraid of entanglement. Somehow, if they get involved more on the Arabian Peninsula, somehow this is going to come back and be some kind of a blowback on them. I do not believe this at all. I think that India can play a major role if it wants to lead. It has to make a decision whether it wants to lead. It doesn't mean that everybody else is going to leave the arena and allow the Indians to have a free-for-all. No. And I'm one of those guys who has never really accepted the fact that the United States is withdrawing from the Arabian Peninsula. This is entertainment. American presidents come and go. Policies seldom change. And I think that we will see, and now we are seeing a whole new world emerging. And I, for one, don't know what's going to come out of this whole thing. We will have to wait and see whether or not the new world order that is now being drawn will be bilateral, will be multilateral, or will be something totally different as well. Everybody thinks that the Russian involvement in Ukraine is, as I was listening to the conversations yesterday, everybody thinks that the Russians are about to redraw the map of Europe. We will have to wait and see what happens. The Ukrainians are putting up a mighty fight with or without the assistance of the Western powers. Undeniably, there is Western assistance going to Ukraine, but don't underestimate the willpower of the Ukrainians not to become serfs. So therefore, we will have to wait and see what happens. In our part of the world, on the Arabian Peninsula, there are lots of new dynamical internal changes that are going on. And we still don't know what's going to come out of the whole thing. But I, for one, am optimistic about the GCC futures because these are the only societies that are actually taking matters into their own hands. They don't want to be led. They want to lead. And that's something very potentially important for India too, if it wants to have a solid partnership with the GCC countries. The ball is really in Delhi's court.
Sir, can I reply, sir?
Sure.
Okay.
Professor Hassan, if I may, there are questions in the Q&A box, if you can kindly check. The right button, the Q&A box. Two by Dr. Mudassir Kamar of our institute and also by Dr. Pradhan of our institute.
Okay.
Yes, in the Q&A box, there are two questions. Three
One
questions.
question. The first question is to Professor Rajan.
No. Those are from previous sessions. 1536, please scroll down. Kindly scroll down.
Scroll.
What are the potentials for the collaboration and cooperation? First question.
How do you Gulf countries look at the
What are the
developments in the
1536? What are the potentials for the collaboration and cooperation between the nascent defense industries? From that. Yes, 1536.
Yeah. Okay. I can see that. Thank you,
Yes.
ma'am. What are the potentials for collaboration and cooperation between the nascent defense industries in India, Saudi Arabia, and UAE, given a greater focus in the three countries on reducing their defense imports? Question number 2: how does the Iran factor play out in India's growing defense and security cooperation with Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Oman? So this is the question from Dr. Mudassir Qamar. And the second question is also from Dr. Mudassir Qamar. How do Gulf countries look at the developments in the Indo-Pacific? How does Tehran looks at the US and China factors in India-Iran relations? These are the two questions from IDSA's Mudassir Qamar to any of the speakers who would like to answer or elaborate upon these. Maybe Dr. Joseph Kachichian.
I think that Professor Kumar Asmai wanted to answer me. So I would like to hear his last answer to my comment.
Okay, please go ahead.
Dr. Kishishian, you actually nailed it clearly. And the real issue for India is, can it transform into a reliable partner? That's the real catch. But India is taking a very gingerly steps. That is moving away from the transactional relations into some sort of a political consultation. And I think that is what Prime Minister Modi has done since 2014. He has personally met the Saudi leadership 6 times, Emirati leadership 4 times, and similarly other leaders in the last 7 years. But this had to have what you would call the flush. The meeting is very good. We need to have a substance to the meeting. But one interesting thing was, during last year's COVID period, you must meet, talking to a lot of leaders over the phone, what they will call the online conversation, online diplomacy. He spoke to everyone in about 3 weeks' time. 2 countries were missing, Iran and Turkey. He spoke to all the others, some of them more than once. I think that is probably India sometimes very subtly conveying its displeasure. I think that is something India is trying to do. And the real issue will be from politics, from economics to politics. The transition is going to be the place where India's reliability will be tested. And that is what I suggested, the visits by the army chief and other things, they provide certain additional incentive. But I would say that there had to be greater political engagement at different levels, not just the Prime Minister, but other ministries also, which is somehow I find it walking the talk is a problem.
All right. Other questions or comments? I've got 2 questions only here.
Professor Hassan, there is another question from Dr. Pradhan, which is a question for Dr. Hassan Al-Hassan. What are the key drivers for the GCC countries to establish? I hope you can see it.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Yes. The question for Dr. Hassan Al-Hassan. What are the key drivers for the GCC countries to establish defense and security cooperation with India, despite them already having strong defense relationships with US and other countries? Please, Dr. Ali Hassan.
Sorry. And really, in a sense, Dr. Pradhan has taken the mirror view of my presentation, because I was looking at India's perspective and India's motivations for enhancing defense cooperation with the GCC states. And now sort of the question is in the other direction. What are the GCC states' motivations for engaging in closer defense cooperation with India? I think, yet again, there are multiple answers to that question. And I think especially, I think Dr. Pradhan has put it in the context of the GCC states having already strong defense partnerships with the US and other countries. I think there have been long-standing reasons, and there are more immediate reasons that are created by more urgent factors over the past 2 or 3 years. I think some of the longer-standing trends have to do with the fact that the Gulf states have engaged in a diversification of their foreign relations from at least the early 2000s, prioritizing Asia as a new area for engagement and diversifying away from their reliance on not necessarily reliance, but at least engaging with Asia more and developing those sets of partnerships for obvious economic, diasporic, and energy-related reasons. And so in a sense, defense here is a vector of diplomacy. And actually, defense is often a default mode, very often a default mode for GCC diplomatic engagement. And so with the US, for example, and specifically with the US, partly because of the instability that is often created due to changes in administrations and so on, the Gulf states actually very much prefer dealing with the Pentagon and with the Department of Defense in the US, because those relations are considered to be stable and less amenable to political, to change of administration and to political instability. So they tend to be more discreet, more stable, and so on. So in a sense, I think to some degree, the Gulf states have a preference for defense diplomacy because these relations are considered to be stable and fairly immune from political instability to a great degree. So I think that's somewhat of a default preference of the Gulf states. I think beyond that, and especially in more recent years, it's important to keep in mind that from the GCC states' perspectives, the parameters of their security and strategic partnerships with the US have shifted considerably. So I agree with Dr. Kechichian that we're not seeing a US withdrawal from the region. The bulk of the US's military assets are still in place. But I do believe that we're seeing a change in the way the US defines its role in the region. It is no longer a security guarantor for the Gulf states. I think that's certainly how a realization that has dawned upon the Gulf states since the Iranian attacks on Saudi Aramco in 2019, and one that has been reinforced with every attack by Iran or by the Houthis that goes unanswered by the US. And so I think there's now an understanding that the parameters of the strategic partnership with the US has shifted. And the response to that, and I've just co-authored an op-ed in the Hindustan Times trying to explain some of those dynamics. The response to that on the Gulf side is to secure a greater degree of strategic autonomy and latitude, not in the same way that India does through self-reliance, because we're not big enough and we don't have a big enough industrial base to go completely self-reliant. Although there is an element of self-reliance that is embedded. We've seen Saudi Arabia pledge to localize 50% of its defense expenditure by 2030. A very ambitious goal, and I think if somewhat unrealistic, but even if they get halfway there, that would still be a tremendous achievement. But the bigger and the more, I think, practical leg of this of the Gulf states' drive for strategic autonomy is through diversification, and it's by cultivating as many partnerships and relationships as possible to be able to acquire a greater degree of latitude and maneuverability. And I think that explains, including with actors that might not like each other very much. And so GCC relations with Israel, with some, at least the UAE and Bahrain, and I think even discreetly Saudi Arabia, with Israel, with Turkey, with Russia, with China, India, Pakistan, and others, are explained through, I think, as part of a strategy of strategic diversification. And I think that also partly explains why the Gulf states have been reluctant to condemn Russia unilaterally, notwithstanding, of course, barring Kuwait and Qatar. I think In terms of, and I think part of Dr. Qamar's question might also be directed to me in terms of the potentials for collaboration and cooperation in the defense industrial side between India on the one hand and Saudi Arabia and the UAE. I think there's been a lot of excitement, for example, in the context of the Abraham Accords or in the context of the quadrilateral meeting that took place between India, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Israel earlier late last year, and the defense industrial potential for such cooperation to take place. The famous or infamous formula that Israeli technology will be somehow married with UAE Emirati funding and project management expertise, which will also work symbiotically with Indian manufacturing. And somehow this magical formula will allow defense industrial cooperation to take off. I think reality is fairly different. It's these are very difficult things. In a sense, there are differences in cultures and business cultures that are very important. The UAE doesn't necessarily have the industrial or technological capability to absorb much of what Israel has to offer. So there are important differences there. And I think there are, I mean, with Saudi Arabia and the UAE, defense industrial cooperation is still nascent. And India hasn't had a tremendous track record either of attracting foreign investments into its own defense industrial sector. And so with the absence of a track record on the Gulf side and with difficulties on the Indian side, I think it will be challenging, but certainly not impossible for defense industrial cooperation to take off. I just got a ping from Dr. Qamar asking me to reflect on the Gulf perspective, GCC perspective on the Indo-Pacific. I'll just say, I think that from the GCC perspective, closer Indian and American ties in the broader Indo-Pacific are not something they would object to, on the contrary. And I think if anything, they'd like to see probably India become more involved in delivering sort of the public good of ensuring maritime security in the Strait of Hormuz and in the Arabian Sea. And I think part of why the GCC states would welcome this is because it would constrict, from their perspective, Iran's ability to disrupt maritime security and to disrupt maritime commerce and energy trade flowing out of the Strait of Hormuz and the Arabian Sea. So they would like to see India play, sort of shoulder a part of the burden of the global public good of ensuring the free flow of commerce and maritime trade. I'll just end very quickly. I know I've already probably exhausted your patience, but I'll just say, in reaction to Dr. Mandana's, Dr. Tishayyar's remarks on Iranian-Indian relations. From the GCC perspective, I think it's very interesting to see the contrast in the sense that the GCC has always seen India as being soft on Iran. India hasn't done much to curb Iran's influence operations in Kashmir, which incidentally was one of the very few places in the world outside of Iran where there were protests following the assassination of Commander Qasem Soleimani. The Gulf states also see India as turning a blind eye towards Iran's other objectionable behavior in the region, didn't see an Indian condemnation of the attacks that were clearly attributable to Iran endangering maritime commerce in the Strait of Hormuz in 2019, or the attacks on Saudi Aramco. The Indian official position was to deplore the attacks, but there was no mention of Iran and less so a condemnation. And I think and there was no Indian response, clear Indian response to the attack on the Israeli embassy in New Delhi that I think could also probably be attributed to Iranian malfeasance. And so from the GCC perspective, actually, if anything, India has been fairly complacent and fairly soft, not complacent, but soft at the very least, on Iran, and has actually shied away from calling out Iran, not only on its behavior in the Middle East and in the Gulf, but also inside India, out of concern not to ostracize what India, I think, considers to be an important neighbor. So it's interesting for me to see the contrast in perceptions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hassan, for being very elaborate and substantive on the answers to the questions put to you and to put to others. Anyway, there are two questions about India-Iran relations. I would like to Dr. Mandana to respond to these.
Can I ask one more question to her?
Please do. Please.
Okay. To Dr. Mandana.
Yeah. Let me finish reading this, and then you can join in later on.
Awesome.
Okay. This is from Mr. Prabhat Jawla about India-Iran relations, and he asks, how would you explain the increased rhetoric from Iran on Kashmir, even while the relations have been under strain after the cessation of oil trade that is largely considered backbone of the bilateral ties? Anyone may choose to answer. So, anyway, so all are very qualified to answer these questions, no problem. So please, Dr. Mandana, to respond to this particular question. Dr. Mandana, please. Dr. Mandana?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
First of all, I would like to appreciate Dr. Hassan Al-Hassan's comment for reminding us some positive aspects of Indo-Iran relations in recent years. And regarding the questions and comments in the Q&A section, actually, I think some countries try to use Iran as a scarecrow or an excuse for cooperation with India. But I think there are many better subjects for intra-regional cooperation, and Iran could be a part of any new regional arrangements. And putting aside Iran from the regional cooperation, neither is possible nor a favorable option. If we look at the map of the Persian Gulf region, it's clear that Iran geopolitically and geostrategically could not be deniable. And regarding Iran's position towards other countries like the US or China and the impact of those countries on Indo-Iran relations, I want to mention that since the 19th century, Iran has tried to follow a kind of balance of power policy to continue its survival. And even today, one of the most important pillars of Iran's foreign policy is to make a balance in its relations with different powerful countries. So it's important for Iran to expand its bilateral and regional cooperation with India. And it's clear that both the US and China could not play a positive role in this regard. So, but Indo-Iran relations, based on their strong historical background, can define a new framework of cooperation in this situation. It's interesting to say that nowadays I'm working on diplomatic relations and political and economic agreements between Iran and Hindustan based on Shahnameh Ferdowsi, which is written about 1,000 years ago. And the interesting thing is that China was a matter on that time. China tried to catch the eyes of Iranians and make a gap between Iran and India. And it's very interesting to see that how the diplomats in both sides tried to make a balance. And Iran and India continued their collaboration. And I hope I could share the results of this study with my friends in India in the near future. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Mandana. Now, there's a question for Dr. Mandana. How does Iran see India with its Look East policy going forward, given Iran will seek balance and avoid over-reliance on China? Again, Dr. Mandana Tishir to respond to this particular query.
Actually, as I mentioned just now, Iran is trying to follow a kind of balance of power policy to make a balance in its relations with different powerful countries, especially in Asia, in the Asian continent. So if you follow the analysis published in different journals, either academic journals or other journals in Iran, you can see that how Iranian analysts and diplomats, especially you can check the Iran diplomacy website in English, which is available freely, to see that how Iranians recommend the government to make a balance in its relations with India and China. So India is a very, very important country for Iranians, and we are interested in expanding our collaboration with India in both bilateral and regional levels.
That's very good. Thank you very much, Dr. Mandana.
There is one question by Pradeep Gautam. If you can address that. There seems to be an effort. Yes, there seems to be an effort on the part of
all right.
Yes,
All right. Okay. There seems to be an effort on the part of Saudi Arabia towards socio-religious reforms or opening up. How far are these reforms reversible? How far are they owned by people of Saudi Arabia and not just top down? Any of the speakers would like to answer? Kumar, would you like to answer this?
I think, the best person to answer is Professor Kishishian.
I'm happy to answer. I'm happy to answer that question to the best of my abilities. I think that Saudi Arabia is now a totally different country from the one that most of us who have spent their lives studying it are familiar with. I remember about 35, almost 40 years ago when I first started going to Saudi Arabia, and when I go now, it's a totally different country. And I think that, the leadership, there is a new leadership in the kingdom. And in my remarks, I hinted at the fact that there is a conscious awareness that not just religious reforms, but deep social and economic reforms are necessary. These have started. The Pandora's box has been opened. There is no way to go back. Now, one of the things that Mohammed bin Salman has done is, without denying his faith, without denying his commitment to Islam, and without denying any of the fundamentals that make Saudi Arabia tick, awareness that in fact reforms are absolutely required. And he wants to make sure that the religion that is practiced, it's not just the question of tolerance, it's not just the question of live and let live. No, but the fact that these reforms have got to go back to the roots of the faith, the way it was meant to be practiced and not to be essentially trampled upon, as we have seen happen with many extremist groups over the past several decades. Since I have the floor, I want to raise one more question, if I may.
Sure.
Professor Hassan. This panel is supposed to look at strategic cooperation. In my humble opinion, the Gulf countries, along with Iran, which is an important country in the region, and no one is denying Iran its legitimate right to be a member of the family of states in the region, along with neighboring countries, important countries like India, and along with the international community that has a great deal at stake in the energy resources of the Gulf region. Strategic cooperation, in my humble opinion, can only be accomplished if there are three conditions that are met. The first conditions is that the allies in any kind of strategic cooperation must agree on common threats. They cannot behave if they are not in agreement. A strategic cooperation only occurs if there is some kind of an understanding and agreement on what the common threats are. The second reason is that all of the members, allies, partners, you call them whatever you want, must actually have commitments to respect alliance goals. If you are part of an alliance, you really have got to respect this. This is, in fact, one of the problems that exists today between a country like Saudi Arabia and the United States or Western powers, because the Saudis legitimately feel that the United States is not respecting its commitments to actually uphold the alliance that has been created in the region. And the third and final point is that an alliance can only accomplish strategic cooperation and therefore guarantee security if it invests the capabilities. You need to have the means to actually accomplish the security objectives that you set out. Here, the commitments can be a variety of issues. You need to have stability at home. You need to have military capabilities, economic power, friendships with a lot of countries. So therefore, in short, if you would like, and I come back to my original point to Professor Kumaraswamy, with whom I agree 100%, that India's role is actually to not only become a reliable partner in the Gulf region, but also to enter into long-term commitments, because that is, in my view, in the national security interests of India as much as it is in the national security interest of the GCC countries.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Joseph. Now, we have a question from Deepika Sarswat, and this is to Dr. Mandana. How does Iran see India within its Look East policy going? That you have already.
I think that was already answered.
That was already answered.
Yes.
Yeah.
And another one, one comment by Dr. Meena Singh Roy.
Yeah.
And there is one question by Dr. Adil Rashid and another question by Dr. Meena Singh Roy. If you can kindly address those.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Why don't you help me, ma'am, in this?
Yeah.
I'm really getting confused.
The comment, this is Meena Singh Roy's comment on India's defense cooperation and defense diplomacy. Comment on India's defense cooperation and defense diplomacy by Dr. Meena Singh Roy.
Meena Singh Roy, yes.
Yes.
My question is for Professor Kumar. Will India-Iran relations get better?
Previous one. Just after Dr. Deepika's question, there is one comment by Dr. Meena Singh Roy on India's defense cooperation and defense diplomacy.
Yeah.
She has listed the points that deserve some attention on regular strategic dialogue, military training.
Yeah.
Can you see the question? Comment?
Meena Singh Roy, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
This is a comment on India's defense cooperation / defense diplomacy. Following points deserve some attention. These are, first, regular strategic dialogue, annual military training, military technical assistance, exclusive economic zone / border surveillance, humanitarian assistance, and disaster rely. Then sixth point is mapping geospatial hydrography assistance, land, air, maritime, domain awareness, joint investments in defense industries. Above mentioned points are India's strength. So this is just a comment. If you want to respond to this, the floor is yours. You can.
If I can say that, yes, these are the interesting ones, but they have to be, these suggestions are valid, but unless we actually put them in practice, things, these are all going in circles. If you look at it, ever since the Prime Minister's visit to the Emirates in August 2015, every joint statements have a substantial reference to military cooperation. But what we have done since that time is very limited. Every statement has a large section on the defense diplomacy, but very little has been done in practical terms. That's only the walking the talk is still a major handicap for us. But otherwise, points are well taken.
Thank you very much.
Also, there is a question by Dr. Adil Rashid addressed
Adil Rashid, yeah,
Madana.
I can read this. Dr. Mandana, to Dr. Mandana, Firdausi Shah Name celebrated pre-Islamic Sassanid and Zoroastrian rulers. Can Iran of today accept its pre-Islamic past? A very good question. Why not? Yes, ma'am. Yes, Dr. Mandana. Come on.
Actually, nowadays we are in Nowruz holiday in Iran. We celebrate Nowruz, and even this tradition is accepted by Iran's government, and the clergies, Iranian clergies, talk about it, congratulate it to people in Iran. So we know that ignoring an important part of the history of a country is impossible. So even in recent 4 decades, many books published about Shahnameh Ferdowsi and the historical background of Iran. So we definitely can enrich our policies by using and reading different texts, different historical texts. Thank you.
Very nice.
And I'm so sorry, I think Professor Kamarasamy also asked me a question. If you don't
Will
mind, I can
India-Iran
answer.
relations get better or change if take Iran out from PIA to W?
No, it goes back to Professor Kamarasamy. Then I
My question
answer
is for
the next.
Acha, Kumar. Kumar, you must
Okay.
you
Okay,
respond to this.
okay.
Okay.
I'll do so. If the question is, if you take the Iran from the PAA division, will their relations be improved? Foreign policy is not improving the bilateral relations. Let's be very clear on that. Foreign policy is to improve your interest. To what extent your interest is improved in the region? Bilateral relations, sometimes you have a friendly relations, improve it. Sometimes you have a hostile relations and improve it. So that's only a byproduct, number one. Number two, this is where my question to Manthan also comes up. If you put Iran in the Gulf division, your Gulf policy will be much more substantial. Because today you are simply not addressing the Arab concerns of Iran. You don't. But the moment Iran comes to the Gulf division, you have to negotiate. Iran's interests have to be parallel balanced with the Arab interests. Arab interests have to be balanced with Iranian interests. Therefore, India will have a balanced Gulf policy. Today, we don't have it. We only have a bilateral relations, not a Gulf policy. And that takes you, Meena's question takes you much larger place. Improvement of Indo-Iran relations cannot happen only in New Delhi. No way. I think Vandana made a long list of complaints against India. They are valid. I don't disagree with it. I would be very happy if you can tell me 2 or 3 things. Iran made mistakes on that. You cannot expect the bilateral relations to improve when you are leaders talking about Kashmir. Do you think that Indian leadership cannot talk about the treatment of Baha'is? India has the largest Baha'i population in the world. We can also talk about it because there are a number of UN General Assembly resolutions on the Iranian treatment of Baha'is. So therefore, India doesn't do that. India does not interfere in the internal affairs of a country. But if you think that, Kashmir is a legitimate issue to interfere, India can also do that. So therefore, when you're looking at a bilateral relations, it takes two to a tango. Relations cannot improve unless both countries cooperate. Relations cannot deteriorate unless both the countries cooperate. If you look at, Iranian leaders always talk about India's vote in the IAEA. But let's be very honest. India was not the only country which voted against Iran. The international community voted against Iran. Russia, China, and all the countries. So why you take India out of it? India was not the only country. India simply accepted the international opinion on Iran. It's a majority opinion. So it's true that, India is not a Security Council member, so India can be bashed. You can't do it to China and Russia because of Security Council. But if you look at objectively as a scholar, India was not a minority. India was supporting an international concern on the Iranian nuclear program. So singling India out may be politically necessary. Scholarly, no. Thanks.
To WANA division, question to, this was the question to WANA division also.
Yes.
Yeah. Any more questions or comments?
I would like to come in on one issue, Professor Hassan, if I may.
Yeah, please do. Please.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you. I wanted simply to comment on this issue of Iran being part of the Gulf division versus the Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran division. And I think not to comment very specifically on the bureaucratic structure of the MEA and the way different issues are allocated within the MEA, but simply to speak to a broader issue that was raised by Professor Kumaraswamy as to whether India's foreign policy and relations in the Gulf would be better served by sort of factoring Iran into India's relations with the GCC states and vice versa. I think I would probably be of a different mind to Professor Kumaraswamy's. I think that, if anything, India's relations with the GCC states were held back until fairly recently by the very balancing act that India felt it had to do in its relations with the GCC states on the one hand and Iran on the other. In the sense that the linking of the two means that your relations with one party proceeds at the pace of your slowest relation of all the group. Because if, in a sense, you're coupling your relations with Iran on the one hand with those that you have with the GCC states, it means that whatever step you make with the GCC states has to be compensated for, balanced by a reciprocal or a similar step in your relationship with Iran. Otherwise, your relations seem completely unbalanced. And so I think, if anything, it is the decoupling of India's relations with Iran from India's relations with the GCC states that has allowed Indo-GCC relations to flourish. Because otherwise, India's relations with the GCC states would have been held hostage by the very slow pace of Indo-Iranian relations, which are not necessarily entirely attributable to Indian, let's say, lack of concern for Iran or Iranian lack of concern for India, but there are broader issues that have to do with US sanctions against Iran and the broader geopolitics within which Iran is embroiled, that obviously places constraints on the ability of any state, not only India, to trade and with Iran and invest in that relationship and engage in a more substantial energy partnership with the Iranians. So this is not the difficulty of doing business with Iran is not exclusively an Indian problem. But I think the broader point is that I think there really is no alternative to a decoupling. And I think if you look at this issue of coupling and decoupling, not from India's perspective, but from the GCC states' perspective with India and Pakistan, again, it's a similar issue, where had the GCC states continued to couple and link their Pakistan policy with their India policy, we would have gone nowhere, because these relations proceed on at different paces. They materialize on different issues and in different domains. And I think it was really the delinking of Gulf policy on GC policy on Pakistan from GC policy on India on the one hand, and Indian policy on GCC from Indian policy on Iran on the other hand, that allowed these relations to proceed at their natural sort of pace, so to speak. I think the other issue that the other obstacle for a more regionalist Indian approach to its relations with the GCC states and so on is that it would ultimately involve, at the moment, GCC-Iran relations are, and I think that hasn't changed very much, still in a zero-sum frame. And I think any attempt, and I think this is partly what constrains India from becoming a so-called strategic partner in the security sense, because I do think that in a sense, India is already a strategic partner in non-traditional security domains, right? So it's already very much a reliable partner on food security. It's already a reliable source of expatriate labor. It's already a reliable trading partner. It's already a reliable energy consumer or customer for the Gulf states. And during the pandemic, it was a reliable partner on health and on vaccines and on PPEs and on sharing medical staff and so on. But in a strictly defense and security sense, I think because of the GCC's posture on Iran and because of Iran's posture on the GCC, it is very difficult, I think, for India to become a real security player without taking sides. And I don't think that India wants to take sides at the moment because it sees both Iran and the GCC states as being both valuable partners in their own respects. But I do think that ultimately, to wrap up, that the decoupling, I think, has actually helped the relations, not hindered them.
Professor, can I give an answer, sir? 1 second.
Please.
Okay, decoupling might have been a tactical step in the initial stages. What I look at it in the last 10 years or so, when I look at it, India's insensitivity towards Arab concerns and Iran emanates from this decoupling. India looks at, it's a Saudi-Iran problem. I have nothing to do with it. I'm not asking India to take sides. Taking side is a suicide. Because India has a sizable Sunni population, sizable Shia population. If I mess it up, India will have so many Karachis. I don't want that. It's not my problem. But what I'm saying is this. By decoupling, the Arab concerns on Iran simply do not figure in Indian calculations. That is the outcome. So original idea was, yes, by decoupling, we can promote all the relations. That was the original idea. 15 years ago, they started. Sometime in 2003 or 4, they did that. They brought India into neighborhood. But the outcome was this. India do not consider the Arab sensitivity on Iran. Take a look at anyone who talks, anyone who writes on the subject. They think that Bahraini concern on Iran doesn't matter to us.
So could I ask you?
So that's the only reason I said. It was originally a tactical move,
just a moment.
But eventually it became an impediment in India appreciating the Arab concerns on Iran. That is my submission.
So if I could just follow up with a question, Professor.
Dr. Hassan.
I'm really interested, genuinely interested in your perspective on this. What do you think are specifically the Arab and GCC concerns on Iran that India might actually share and might say, actually, we share those concerns and we are willing to, say, work together or to take them on board in our own dealings with Iran? What do you think are those concerns Arab concerns on Iran that India could very well share? Is it on maritime security, support for Arab state actors, proliferation of missile technology? I mean, what do you think are those concrete concerns that are shared on both sides.
The primary concern would be non-interference on internal affairs of other countries. That would be the primary one. Just like, India does not want other countries to make a comment on Kashmir, we also don't want Iran to make comments about the Shia population of Saudi Arabia. They're basically Saudi citizens. It is up to Saudi government to find out. I think that is where I would start. But maritime security, everyone is interested in, because if there is a stoppage of oil, all the economies go down. No one will be survived. So maritime security is one area where all the countries will cooperate irrespective of the political difference. But on this issue, I would simply say there are certain things unacceptable. Just like you mentioned that, on the missile attack and everything, India's statement was very perfunctory. It didn't, so that kind of things will be avoided. So when both the parties are here, you need to find a balance. I still do not advise taking sides. Taking side is not my option. But when you are in such a position, people will make the demand. But you can take objectively what is the sequence, simply say this is an interference on an internal affairs of a country. You don't have to mention the names, but still you can maintain that as a position. We will not accept any third party interfering in the domestic affairs of a country, which is in line with the Indian position. It's very rarely India makes an observation on the internal affairs of a country. Very rarely. Even on Sri Lanka, we don't use it immediately. So when we have a sizable domestic constituency, but even then we don't do that. So that would be the guiding lines. So in that sense, I would say that by bringing Iran, there would be more things, because today we do not appreciate Arab concerns. Talk to any Indian diplomat, talk to serving and retired one. Do they accommodate why the Arabs are feared? Do they? You may not agree with them. I'm not saying that. But at least understand why a Bahraini morning to evening thinks about Iran. That the fear is real. It may be the fear or reasons may be unreal, but the fear exists. So I want people to understand the GCC's concern on Iran. So my talking to both sides, we may even convey the message to Iran why you are making these kind of statements which creates unnecessary fear on the other. That is not your intention. So for instance, Persian Gulf. You can say Persian Gulf as an historical term, UN term, that's one thing. But a Persian Gulf to signal Iranian hegemony is something else. Because I use the word Persian Gulf. But that doesn't mean I use a geographical term. Arabian Sea, Bay of Bengal, South China Sea, Persian Gulf. It doesn't make a difference. But when Iran says it's a Persian Gulf because of Persian hegemony, then it's a different story. So I would use it to communicate the concerns. Iran may not change its policies, but we could use it to convey. The very unintended statement about Bahrain being an historically part of thing, it conveys a wrong meaning today. I would use it. That's the context I said, take Iran into Gulf, so that you will appreciate the Gulf concerns on Iran, so that you will have a better Gulf policy. I'm not taking sides. Taking sides is not a sensible thing at this point of time. I will play a very neutral game, but very responsible game. Thanks.
All right. Okay. Yes. Some more questions and from the audience.
Professor Hassan, we don't have any more questions in the Q&A box.
All right. So, friends, it has been a wonderful experience and listening to very scholarly papers, and then the question answer session was very substantial, very scholarly, and I, as a chairing the session, thoroughly enjoyed it. Now I would give floor to Major General Dr. Vipin Bakshi, AVSM, VSM retired, Deputy Director General MP, for his vote of thanks.
Thank you very much. At the end of 2 days, I'm sure I speak for both the organizers as well as the participants that we have had a very purposeful conference with pragmatic discussions on the evolving situation in West Asia, as well as the India-West Asia relations over the last 2 eventful days. Well, the importance of West Asia to India is underscored by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's direct engagement with the leaders of all the nations in his visits, right in the beginning of his tenure, right from 1415, and of course the exchange of the visits to India by all these nations. We've seen a lot of improvements in our defense cooperation too in the recent past. So this conference has come at a time when the region and the rest of the world is facing unprecedented opportunities and challenges. Many of these were discussed by the speakers. Well, it's a complex situation, and we are looking at an expanded multi-dimensional aspects of security to include not only energy security, but also maritime security, the cyber security, besides, of course, the conventional security issues. At the same time, the complexity is increased by the JCPOA negotiations, the Taliban takeover in Afghanistan, the Ukraine crisis, the situation in Yemen and Syria. All this came into focus during our discussions. Some speakers mentioned about the movements towards new collaborative arrangements in various regions to achieve regional security, and even the possibilities of an overall change in the world order, as some of the powers are seeking some realignment. We will continue to mull over all these issues which have emerged. We'll carry out more research and more discussions on all these very significant issues which have emerged during this conference. So, well, at this stage, on behalf of Team MP-IDSA, it is indeed a proud privilege for me to propose a vote of thanks on this important occasion. At the outset, I'd like to express my profound gratitude to our eminent speakers who've spared their time from the busy schedules, shared their thoughts with us, joined the discussions, and their very, very frank answers and discussions during the Q&A part. Our special thanks to Professor Gulshan Daital, Dr. Meena Singh Roy, and Professor Shamir Hassan, who have chaired and skillfully guided the discussions as chairpersons. I would also like to thank our DG, Ambassador Sujan Chinoy, who guided us in the preparations and also for chairing the first session. I'm grateful to the West Asia scholars in our institute, as well as our technical team who set up and run this excellent webinar. We will look forward to more such engagements in the future too. And last but not the least, I'd like to thank the participants for their patient hearing, their involved discussions in the Q&A session, and their participation overall. Well, have a very good evening, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
With this, we come to an end of the conference. Thank you.
You wanted to say something, ma'am, Mayuri Banerjee, no? Okay.
Thanks, sir. Nothing, sir. It's fine.
Okay, fine. All right. Thank you very much.
I think we are very happy it has ended on time. I think maybe that's what you wanted to say. Been a pleasure, sir. Really, been a pleasure.
Thank you for hosting.